Hey guys, how are we doing? Welcome to the show. Welcome to the late show. This is your host, Lord Hellespont V, your favorite pseudo intellectual, your favorite live streamer's favorite live streamer. We're here with another cracking show for you tonight. A very special visit to Lange Söhne. I'm back in town to report. Got to try on some very interesting pieces. I tried not to unload them all in the form of shorts because people complained about that in the past. So we'll be serving them piece by piece, one by one, day by day. But I wanted to share with you two of them right away, which you can already find in shorts. So let's take a quick look at least one of them, and we'll go from there. I will actually talk a little bit about another new release before we kick into gear for the day, for the night, and that will be the Hajime Asaoka's Chrono Tokyo's new 34 millimeter release, which I might just get just to make a point, but we'll see about that. You know how the demand is for those usually. Hey, BC. Nice to see you, man. Thanks for dropping by. So basically, Alangonzun actually released their standalone split second chronograph, the 1815 Rattrapante, that they previously had in honey gold in a platinum limited edition. They basically had a prop watch for the platinum, so I rather played around with the honey gold, which, as you know, is their proprietary alloy. And I'm sure to most of you, just like it did to me, it sounds mostly like a gimmick. Um, but it's really a special shade, tint, uh, feeling of gold, somewhere between perhaps yellow and pink gold, but really a thing of its own. And I think it actually looks better. This watch looks better in the honey gold version than it does in the platinum, and that's very much due to that spectacular dial. I mean, look at that. That's one of the best combinations of black and gold I've ever seen. And the fantastic thing about it is, like, these little red accents at the quarters as well. It's just an incredible, incredible piece. And of course, as is the case with, wait a second. Yeah, so as you know, they had previously come out with a double split chronograph, which had the rattrapante option, function, complication for not only seconds but also minutes. Um, they had come up with a triple split chronograph, which had the split function for seconds, minutes, and hours. And this is basically their more humble um, application, humble execution of the split second chronograph, which just has, of course, the Rattrapante function that, pardon me, that can be deployed with this characteristic pusher at 10 o'clock, which splits the chronograph seconds so that you can time two events simultaneously. It's really a beautiful piece. I mean, I think really actually, since this was a little further back in the quote unquote VIP section rather than the usual um, exposure of the showroom lighting. So it actually comes out pretty nicely, but that dial itself, I think, is really a delight. Hey JB. Yes, guys, sorry I was away last night, of course, but I was out of town, so I said, "Hey, let's just enjoy the night um and take one day off." You know, even the Lord takes a day off. Why not your humble servant, Lord Hellespont V? So I said to hell with it. But yes, this was a really special piece. And it's again one of those moments where you realize that you have these, tiny works of art that can be also worn on the wrist. And you learn to appreciate things that you can't necessarily get, that are not really within your reach, right? You don't have to, I suppose you don't imagine that you would walk away with the Mona Lisa uh, out of the Louvre, right? When you go to see those beautiful pieces of art. So this is usually my experience with Lange Söhne watches, but what an experience it is. I'm going to also show you a few shots of the movement. I also had a chance to try on their minute repeater, which was a true delight, and that's a dial that really have to see in real color, in living color, in real life, because the way those painted black Roman numerals shimmer against the pure enamel dial is something really fascinating. So this is the everything but the kitchen sink watch. It's the Datograph Perpetual, also in honey gold. As you might know, that proprietary alloy, Lange Söhne usually reserves to limited editions, well, always reserves for limited editions. And this was part of a series that they made as homage to F.A. Lange, their founder, so to speak, right? Their ancestor, who started making his pocket watches in 1845, which is a landmark moment, of course, not only for Lange Söhne, but also Saxonian watchmaking and for German watchmaking at large. And again, you have basically everything but the kitchen sink. But even on a puny wrist like mine, it's, it looks entirely wearable. And of course, like a lot of these prestige Lange watches, it actually comes with a full déployant quick release clasp. So quite balanced on the wrist. It's a rhodium dial of course, has the tourbillon, has a split seconds chronograph, a precise moon phase, and actually a fusée and chain system, which is a way of constant force application that also allows the watch to keep on working even while you are winding it. So it's really a marvel. Just about everything on this watch, and it's something to behold. GB Vol, Bezels. Nice to see you both. Yeah, very, very elegant piece. Okay. So let's shift gears for a little bit. We'll come back to Lange in due time. Welcome again, everyone. So Hajime Asaoka, who is one of Japan's premier watchmakers, whose pieces are extremely desirable and usually are bespoke, has an entire line of watches where he implements his designs at a more accessible price point, right? Of course, they don't have that high level of execution, finishing, um, and exclusivity as his own line. Of course, they have lesser movements. Nevertheless, since they are also limited releases and specific ideas, they become, pardon me, very desirable in time, especially once they're immediately sold out and somehow end up in on the secondary market. And he basically had the idea of introducing an entire line of 34 millimeter watches, and it really comes from initially his own love affair with vintage dress watches, right? Their dimensions, their proportions, just the way they sit on the wrist. But obviously, especially when it comes to these rather minuscule vintage dress pieces, the robustness and reliability for everyday wear is simply not there, right? So he decided to make a watch in those dimensions for himself that was a little more modern, more quirky in a way. And when he was wearing it, basically his friends and customers started asking him, can I have one? Can you make one for me? I would really like one of these, or I would really like to get one of these to gift to, this friend or that. So he decided to actually make a run of of these particular watches so that they are available in some shape or form for the larger public as well. And I think they look amazing, honestly. Um, Again, for me, the concept itself is very intriguing because the watch itself, even though it has a touch of modern with those syringe hands and the Arabic numbers, also has a kind of first half of 20th century feel, right? Kind of an Art Deco modern, and the two tone combinations that he came up with um, along with the syringe hands, I think make for a very unique piece altogether, and they come in different color combinations too, which make it a lot of fun. And they're offered at I think, I don't know the yen amount, but something that adds up to or something that figures into $1,000. So it's not. It is something that one can easily take a risk on, um, and it can be a very fun watch to wear around. George Varghese, hey man, yes, we will come back to Lange, and I know you're patient, but when your patience is running out, just alert me in the chat. You know what this channel is about. This channel is about the platform. This channel is about the audience, and it really works at your direction. So anytime you feel you want me to move back to Lange, nice, Honey Burdette. That's a very distinguished brand. We love it. Um, but I'm trying to see. I actually had seen him wearing one of these watches. Oh, right here. Right, and I think it has really the feel or the the look, the fit of some of these 34 millimeter Rolex cases that I'm very familiar with. You know, those 5500 Air Kings, for example, or older Oyster Perpetuals that were offered in this size. And quite frankly, again, I have my own reasons. You know it, right? I have very, very thin wrists. So I do enjoy wearing these kinds of watches. I'm wearing my um, 36 millimeter date just today. So, but I really think that everyone has a place in their collection. If you're a collector, if you have a watch collection that has, like, you know, half a dozen to a dozen watches, I feel like there's a room for a piece that's more classically proportioned. Um, and the fact that this is done with a little bit of a modern touch, something of a quirky approach, makes it incredibly appealing. Well, look at that. I wish Jamie was in the audience so he could maybe bond with Hajime Asaoka uh, around these steam engines as well. But yeah, look, for example, this is one of his um, renderings of a piece that he builds, of course, in a much more exclusive way and at a very different price point altogether. But you see, even in a complicated piece like this, you can see the kind of design elements that are his that are then brought into what is essentially a more publicly available and much more affordable piece. And you have that, you know, ours ring in teal against off-white or silver. You have the largely copper with the white. The leather straps are beautifully chosen too. You know, you can certainly see that Asaoka-san is a man of taste. beautifully textured, simple leather straps with contrast stitching. Okay, so this is the price range, 150,000 yen, approximately 1080 in US dollars. This is this is his affordable line, so to speak, Chrono Tokyo, that is coming out quite soon, next week, basically on the 21st, on Thursday. And remember, that's 11 p.m. Thursday, Japanese time. So, which means for us, it will be 7 a.m. in the morning on Thursday for Los Angeles, 10 a.m. for um, for the East Coast, for New York, for example. This is when these watches are coming out on sale. Hey, I mean they look just great. White and blue, ochre and white, white and red, and blue and ivory. So the hands are IP plated, apparently. Which again, the blue of them, I think, is a great touch. Gives it that classic feel, especially in syringe. And those of us who quote unquote were after sector dial watches, this is not exactly it, but really could have in something like this, some sort of an alternative to it. Again, you have a very run of the mill movement, right? Nothing to write home about. It's a Miyota 90S5, but it's also not sold to you, at 5K, like Breitling was trying to push their new Super Ocean um, as the new hot summer watch. There you go. Here's a hot summer watch. Uh, get one of each, and you'll still have paid less than what one pays for the Breitling's new Super Ocean. And they're having a little showcase apparently in Tokyo next week, July 18th. I know once every so often we get people who watch us from Japan as well. So if this place is in reach for you, It's a place in Shibuya. And there they won't be at sale, but it starts on Monday already, 11 a.m. And you basically get two and a half or three and a half days before the watches are available for pre-order in Miyashita Park. You can view them and you can buy them online. Marco says these watches are super, super ugly. Hey, the blue is nicer than the overseas, Marco. GB says looks like something like a sports league would sell with team's colors. Why not? Why not? People pay outrageous amounts for those as well. And Marco says, right, looks like a sports league watch or gumball machine watches. Fair enough. Fair enough. At least they're not sold at absurd premiums like some extortionist gray marketeers do to people in our community. So there's something to be said about that, don't you think, Marco? They have 5 bars of resistance, which again, for daily wear, it should be okay. Both the hands and the hour markers are luminescent. So that would be something fun. I like them. That's all I can say. And I think I might actually end up getting 1, 3, or 4, one of those. Didn't decide just yet, but I have about 5 days to do that. So, of course, Chrono was mostly known, no surprise there, I guess, for their chronograph series that were really hot whenever they came out with a new version. Again, mostly these watches are mostly about aesthetics, right? At the end of the day, they all have the Miyota movements in them. Nothing special, nothing to write home about. Right, NE86 in this case. That's actually a Seiko, right? When it comes to the chronographs, automatic. And these were also very classically proportioned as well, 38 millimeters. So that's another that's another point, of course, for 38 millimeter or 39 millimeter or anything under 40, unless you get Daytona at retail, you really have to go vintage, or you have to go for a Breguet Type 20, right? Which also has to be pre-owned, of course, by now since they're discontinued. But yeah, these were quite cool as well. It will be no secret to you. I love the 2 register chronograph look. Could have done without the date window there, but hey, that's why I passed on. And of course, they were not above having some hype watches of their own, which they produced in salmon and Tiffany blue in the past. So again, if you somehow like that aesthetic and you missed out on it, and you don't want to be uh, literally robbed by some gray market dealer on on a deal on one of these, you have an option now in the 34 millimeter case. You have an alternative to these watches. Honestly, I do prefer the syringe hands on the new series. And they also had a few different runs of a more special dial execution and work as well. Wristwatchholic, hey, the link is there, my man. If you want to join, I'll send it out again. You might have something to share with us. And George Varghese says, I own the Toki version and it's perfect. That was, pardon me, the classic Toki. Yeah, this one, the salmon one. Yeah, I think it's a beautiful watch. And again, 37, I think for dress watch is perfect. But again, I have a statement to make, so 34 it is. Racewatchholic says probably tomorrow. All right, I'm very excited. Special unboxing coming up. Hey, so here's a friend from Tokyo. Um, go and see these watches, my friend. You can you can maybe come up with some more details for us in due time. And Wristwatchholic says, I ordered the Baltic watch in January and still waiting for it. They have someone on eBay has got them. This is the one that our Wristwatchholic ordered. It's their Solomon dial with Breguet numbers and asymmetrically placed subsidiary seconds. I think this is a beautiful watch as well. And probably also a great deal for the price too. Of course, the seller on eBay was selling it for, or had listed it for 1600, I think. Already uh, 3 times the price. And they say this will be back in production in early October 2022. But then again, um, yeah, if you order it in October, probably the delivery will be somewhere in 2023. So at least Wristwatchholic got the first run, even if he is still waiting for it. Did they give you an update at all? Laughing Face says, I got a recommendation to look into the Doxa 300 meter white dial carbon fiber. Let's take a look at that. Oof, man, Doxa is already making moves to $4,000 range as well. It's an interesting time. It's an interesting time. I think there's going to be some lessons to learn for some of these watchmakers. Um, I know in a way, they are trying to dig themselves up from that range of sub 3,500 watches, which is a category that's quickly on its way to exit as a combination of a number of different factors, right? One part is, I guess, at that range, people are not really looking into a quote unquote luxury wristwatch. They're much more at home with wearing so called smartwatches and other wristwatch, I don't know, wristwatch, what can you say? Wristwatch like objects like Fitbits, Garmin's, Apple Watches, and whatever else. Another part is, of course, people don't necessarily get quote unquote the feeling of luxury from items at that range, whether it is about the established legacy of the brand, the actual quality of the product, or simply the amount of money they pay. That's another discussion altogether. Um, of course, there is something sociological probably to be said about all of this as well. The middle class, at least in this country, is on its way to disappear. So people either go for very affordable watches, $1,000 and down, or they have enough disposable income that they want 10K plus, Rolex, or any of the big name brands, the Holy Trinity, the Germans, the Breguets, and everything else of this world. So I kind of understand why they're trying to basically market themselves up. Doxa is a brand that has a great legacy, but that legacy is not in luxury. That legacy is in utility. That legacy is in um, everyday use. That legacy is in rigor and robustness and reliability. So as much as I appreciate the experimentation with the material, $4,000, and this is something they did to mark the 50th anniversary of Sub 300. It's an handsome looking watch. I can't deny that. For anyone who's into the vintage diver feel, this is somehow a cognitive dissonance in a good way, though, right? You have that iconic Doxa shape, but it is executed in a new material, carbon fiber. very light, edgy, that blacked out aesthetic for the case, and then you have them on rubber bands. Interesting piece. I can't deny that. What kind of caliber does it have? Um, all it says is Swiss automatic, decorated by Doxa. Okay, let's see. Doxa. Right. The our usual. Again, this is like the Breitling Super Ocean. You have what is essentially a 2824-2 decorated by the brand and scaled up to a 4K, 5K watch. I don't know, man. You really have to be looking for something quite specific, right? If you really want a blacked out watch, if you really want something um, in carbon fiber specifically, it could be a good option. I don't think there are many diver watches that are produced by one of the legacy brands. And let's not forget, when it comes to divers, Doxa has a heritage of mil spec as well. Um, but yeah, you have to have the specific target to get it. Um, Wristwatcholic says about the Baltic that he's expecting the MR01 with the Salmon dial. I don't know why they take so long. Isn't their movements already assembled in China? Estimated time of arrival is September. All right. Well, um, Orange Power. Yeah, that's what Doxa is about. That's what Doxa is about. The Orange Power. Yeah, you might as well. You might as well. If you are going for a Doxa diver, even in carbon fiber, I think go orange. Makes sense. But once again, this is the run of the mill ETA 2824-2, which you can find in any number of watches that retail for a fraction of the price. So unless you're really in the market for a blacked out diver or a black case, unless you're literally in the market for a carbon fiber watch, my mind can't justify the price point. And Eddie Fu has a point. He says, stay Seiko, no Doxa in recession. Yeah, it is the same movement as Breitling Super Ocean. That's it. The whole dial is loomed in the white. Cool. And BC agrees with me. All right. So yeah, I mean, I understand your frustration, wristwatchholic, when it comes to Baltic, but then again, they promised you a September delivery. So hard to expect that they would deliver earlier than that. Um, Eric L says, at the risk of making Jimmy mad at me again, with regard to the Doxa diver, do you buy this or a pre-owned Omega? Well, again, Eric, I think if you're just looking for a legacy diver and you have $3,000-4,000 to burn, I would always say go for the first Bond watch with automatic movement. 2531.80. And in fact, you can probably spend much less, but the world is your oyster, right? You know, there are a lot of, since this is a watch that has been around, pardon me, for almost 3 decades right now, pardon me, there's so many different examples, with uh, almost completely mint, others that have seen better days, others that have very distinguished wear and tear and have the charm of patina. You know, some have the full package, others come naked, you know, no box and papers, just a watch. But the world is your oyster. And clearly, no pun here since we're talking about Omega. Yeah, if you just want a diver, there's so much out there, especially if you don't shy away from getting neo vintage, you know, pre-owned watches that are more than 2 decades old by now. So in fact, it fits into the generic definition of vintage, right? Anything more than 20 years old technically is. Um, but that being said, I'm not sure if it's even a fair comparison, Eric, in this case, especially if we are talking about the carbon fiber models, right? I'm not saying that I would, in fact, buy these. I would go with the 253180 Omega Seamaster first bond automatic every day. But you want something with a black case. You want something with the name Doxa on it. Doxa has also um, very strong committed fans. Um, you want something that is in carbon fiber. You can't really find anything like it. Wristwatchholic says bondage sold this. What? Bondage sold this super ocean to Ron the Shrink. Well, man, that's some funny shit. That's some funny shit. It's so wristwatchholic, you're telling me that the summer watch, the watch of the summer, didn't make the end of the summer? Well, at least now Ron the Shrink holds the honor of putting the first super ocean ever sold on his wrist. That's some distinction right there. And Laughing Face says about the movement, why putting such a shitty movement? Look, I mean, my outlook on calibers on watches is not that there are shitty ones and great ones. As long as it is appropriate to the price point of that particular watch, right? If what I'm getting in $1,000 watch, or say $1,500 watch, simply a generic workhorse automatic movement that everyone else uses, that just about any watchmaker worth their salt can fix, I won't complain about that. But you're trying to sell me something at $5,000. You have to give me a little more than just decorating the rotor with your brand name. You got to try harder than that. And Eric says, of course, there's a huge stylistic difference between an Omega Seamaster from the 90s or even early 2000s and Doxa carbon fiber. And BC says, get the iconic sub 300 and not this carbon. BS. Hey, I I think he's right as well. You know, if you're getting something from Doxa, get their, get their run of the mill sub 300, in orange with the rice grain or the rubber. That's right under 2500. Has the same movement by all appearances. And why not? And there's so much Doxa out there, so you can get an even better deal in the secondary market. And I'm sure you can also ask for a very generous discount at your favorite authorized dealer that has Doxa among their offerings. And Wristwatchholic says Bondage has never worn the watch since he has been sobered up. You don't say. Well, amazing, amazing. So technically, Ron the Shrink gets to be only the second wearer, only the wearer for the second time for the first new Super Ocean to be sold. It's amazing. And Dirk Diggler says, in my opinion, this is ugly. Well, I mean, you know what opinions are like, Dirk. This is not my watch, to be sure, but orange on a diver, and orange on a Doxa diver, especially, has a very specific, very particular, and even a peculiar appeal. I think it's you know I love dogs, for example. Some dogs, some breeds, and some mutts I love because they're beautiful. They look gorgeous. They look elegant. Um, they look like fighters. They look like aristocrats. They look like something. Other dogs I love because they look ugly, and they're so ugly that it's cute, that it's adorable. I think that's what a diver watch with the orange face looks like to me. I'm not sure if it's the watch for me, but a Doxa with an orange face or Seiko with an orange face is an absolute hit. It just looks right. It feels right. So I can't really militate against it either, even though it's not necessarily the watch for me. Okay, it's just a certain aesthetic that many appreciate, like the Seiko Orange Monster, for example. That's again, um, and Messaging Matters says beads of rice, baby. Yeah, that. Now, speaking of charming, that's really where these shine, I think. Like beads of rice kind of bracelet doesn't feel right on every watch. Just because something is a vintage design, and used to come with that bracelet, like the tank, the reverso, they often used to come with beads of rice bracelets, a little bit different from this particular execution, of course. But I think it just doesn't do it for me. Here, on a piece like this, I think it just feels right. Dirk says, like, I think pugs are ugly. I think pugs are adorable. I love pugs. I do think corgis are overrated, but you can never fight fashion as it established by moving images. So it's so hard to resist some of those trends for some people. And Messaging Matters has a very valid point when it comes to this. I'll be wearing my orange samurai, orange Seiko samurai, tomorrow to dive into my lunch. That's, that sounds like a plan. Sounds like a plan. If you're eating something, um, something like sushi, for example, I'm sure that would be a great photo op for social media. Yeah, you see, I mean, orange on a diver, as outrageous as it seems, like, when you try to articulate and visualize the idea in your mind, when I see it, at least, it just looks right. It's how things should be almost. Of course, black dial is the classic for a diver watch. Let's not get things confused, but orange has become its own genre in divers watches, and the orange monster as well, of course, is another classic, another hit. And that's also a very aggressive watch. But again, beautiful in its own way. You either love it or hate it. There's no middle ground when it comes to things like this. St. Peter, welcome back, my friend. It's nice to see you here again. Good evening. Any thoughts on the sub 300 carbon shark hunter? We were just looking at I think they called it Pearl. Um, let's go right back. White Pearl is what they called, I think, the carbon version, or maybe Black Pearl. No, still White Pearl. Um, the Shark Hunter is the blacked out version, basically. Look, St. Peter, I'll be honest with you again. I didn't have a lot of great things to say about this because at that price range, there's so much. But you're a fan of Doxa, you're a Doxa collector, or you want a watch that's more or less blacked out and has some experimental material, a different kind of material for that blacked out look. That's not just PVD coated. That's not just DLC coated. These could be an option, but you have to know what you're getting. And in this case, someone like you knows what you're getting. Um, so even though there are so many other options at 4K, so many other options that don't necessarily have 2824-2 to power them. I think in that entire line, for me, this would be the one to get because I think this is the best execution of that quote unquote murdered out aesthetic. Just the right amount of orange, to make it really doxa. Um, so to me, uh, this is the distillation of this carbon line. Yeah, if I have to single one of them out, this would be the watch. MLMJ, hey man, thank you so much for your contribution the other night. I do a lot of diving into other things with my diver watch. Yeah, I mean, look, they are waterproof. It's you could be wearing. You're certainly not going to be wearing a Chrono 34 millimeter on your fist when you are doing some adventurous activities. So let's just leave it at that. Laughing face, talking about the revert. Oh my, no, no, w- we're not talking about that watch. And with all due respect, my friend, we are removing that name from the chat as well. Not you, just that comment. Um, yeah, I'm not giving any airtime. Um, to that name in my live stream. But thank you for the interjection. St. Peter says, thank you for the insightful comments. Thank you. You're very generous. I'm just, as always, I'm just saying what I know is right, and I'm just trying to make sure that I reason it out, because that's what is beautiful about public platforms. You know, you can't just throw around opinions, um, and masquerade them as facts. You have to actually substantiate them. You have to put reason and thought behind them. You have to use language, which is a very scarce resource these days, St. Peter, especially on YouTube, but I'm trying my best. All right, feel free to again, um, you know, interject, ask questions in the chat, but I'm gonna slowly transition into Lange and my recent visit. And I have had the chance to check out a number of different watches on that visit, including the 1815 Rattrapante, which they just released in platinum in yet another limited edition. This is their standalone split second chronograph, not the double split or triple split that they have produced before. I also had the chance for the first time to see, wear, and listen to a Lange Söhne minute repeater, which was quite an experience. You know, a chiming watch you don't come across every day, but what made it really distinct for me was how wearable and how simple and elegant it was. You know, it's of course it's not the kind of watch that's really made for everyday wear, right? It's it's genuinely special. Um, but that being said, if there's one minute repeater that is so slim, so discreet, so elegant, um, that would be it. And we are going to come to that. I'm going to just take a very short break in a minute and leave you with this image for that period. I just need to take a little break. But before that, I want to say thank you again for being here. Thank you for your presence and support. Please hit the like button. It helps a great deal. Subscribe if you haven't. I have this kind of content every day for 4 hours at a time. So I'm putting a lot of work, a lot of time, a lot of effort into this. Stay tuned for more to come. But in either case, I'm happy that you're here. Tell your friends, spread the word, send out the link to others, help me expand the community, and help me on my way to 1,000 subs, which will also help me, of course, to get the channel monetized. In the meantime, of course, if you do want to contribute in other ways, if you do want to help this channel stay independent, autonomous, only at the behest of its community, of its audience, and not beholden to any larger interests of the industry, not beholden to profiteers in the gray market, and not beholden to any behind the scenes conspiracies either. This is really, truly a channel that is one of its kind, that focuses on Watch Talk exclusively, and that produces other watch-related content and watch and style-related content on a weekly basis as well, and more than a week too. So if you do want to contribute, you have the option of my PayPal, which is connected to lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. That's also the best way to reach me if you want content that's particular, that's specific, that is contoured towards your interests. And that can be a collection review for you, where you jump on the live stream and we learn more about you and about your life and about your lifestyle through your watches. It can be a guidance on an upcoming watch purchase, and it can be also just your request for me to look into the history of a brand, look into the history and stories around a particular kind of watch, around a particular model of watch. It can be anything, but that's the way to contact me. I also have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV, and I have also opened a Patreon with the express purpose of increasing the quality and quantity of content on this channel to allow me to dedicate more time. So if you make a contribution, a persistent contribution there, a regular contribution there, you'll allow me in the first step to have 2 additional live streams per week earlier in the day for 2 hours at a time. And this is especially for a UK-based, continental European-based, and even on an East Coast-based audience, of course, because for some, this late show is either too late or too early. So help in any way you can, and at least feel free to upvote, feel free to hit the like button. It does genuinely make a difference. With that, let me take a couple of minutes of a break, and I'll be back with you shortly with more Lange related content. And JB, I'll do my best to report on the vibe too, which was just as hospitable, just as welcoming, but quite different to Gégé-Lecoutre as well. So we'll talk about that. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Thank you for being patient. Thank you for staying. Jake is asking, what was the vibe of the Lange Söhne compared to the JLC event? Were they welcoming and hospitable? They were very welcoming, very hospitable, but it was more of a private event than the sort of public event by invitation that JLC was. Um, so basically, you had to make an appointment in advance and you had to be invited to make the appointment anyways, so that they could actually dedicate an entire hour to you with a watchmaker who has worked in Glashütte for 7 years, it turns out, and who is now operating the workshop at the New York City boutique of the house. So um, you basically got the chance to sit down with a watchmaker on your own rather than just joining the festivities um, on a particular occasion, which was very lovely, which was just great when it came to uh, JLC. You know, you don't get to really meet and talk with the CEO of a major brand every day. So I appreciated that opportunity. But for someone who just wants to sit down and geek out about watches, I think it was even it was even better. It was even better. So very special, very nice. And since we had the 1815 Rattrapante as the primary attraction, let me show you a few different um, shots of that movement. As you can see, you know, in this case, both the chronograph bridge and also the swan neck regulator that's under here are freehand engraved. Very beautiful and special. You get a better look here, perhaps a little blurry. Again, not the best equipment sometimes to just shoot with the cell phone, but it does for now. But yeah, this was a beautiful watch. You can see already in the back the particular sheen of the honey gold. Let me see. I have one more of this, and maybe it's even better in quality. You know, one reason I do pump these out on YouTube Shorts is because of the compression. It actually ends up becoming um, a little less bright, and and somehow more visible in a way, more discernible in that shorts format. Again, that chronograph bridge that has that wave-like design. And then this one neck regulator that has the more floral design down there. And then the topograph, of course, that's even more fascinating in a way. You can see it right here. There's so many layers, so many levels to that movement. You know, between all these watches, 1 hour was really not enough. So they had to literally chase me out of the boutique at the end of the day. So um, I'm not ashamed of that. Let's see what else we have there in terms of the videos. Well, let's see, since we have St. Peter in the audience, I think maybe he'll be able to identify this already by the movement. And he was saying all earlier, thanks for the Lange focused content, my favorite brand by far. Pardon me, can't wait until I'm fortunate enough to own one, thinking of going Lange one first. Pardon me. Absolutely. This is you know, that's a grail for me as well. The Lange one, you know, the iconic model, not nothing that's a lot more complicated than that. I love it. Let's see if you can recognize this one from behind. I think you can do that both by the movement and by a distinct part of the case. Let's see. Jake Brooks says, did they share the retail price? So 1815 Rattrapante is, I think, around 135, $140,000. The split second chronograph. St. Peter is bang on the point. That was the minute repeater. The minute repeater. It's really an incredible watch. I mean, that there can be so much beauty on what is so simple. It's mind blowing. That enamel dial, the way those numbers shimmer, the numerals, I should say. Right, you get like a little glimpse of that. You see how they have that glint. It's incredible. And of course, let's see how it translates into this format. But I actually had the chance to um, record the chime as well, both from the front and the back. Let's see. I might have to work on that a little bit. Hmm. Let's see. I may still have these on the. Okay, I have to send these from the phone again. For whatever reason, they didn't come through. So let me just do that. My apologies, guys. Racing R, nice to see you, man. Look forward to seeing you on Monday. And Ozzy, welcome. Welcome. So lovely to see you too. Come back, Ozzy, come back. Ozzy, come back. You can have a new home in Texas, Austin. Let's see. Hmm. Interesting stuff. Anyway, so let's do this. and hopefully so it basically announces the hours first, right? 3, and then the the double hammer is announcing the quarters. So 2 quarters in, and then it basically repeats the entire minutes until the next quarter. GB says the all I did was to bring coffee for everyone. I didn't go the Aussie expat method, TM, literally. Um, I needed to warm up my own vocal cords, so I got myself a cup of coffee and for everyone else in the crew as well. Other than that, hey, sometimes just being a nice person opens all sorts of doors for you. Um, so I was just invited. I was just invited. So, lucky enough, blessed. And in fact, I was genuinely surprised when they told me that, yeah, you're encouraged to, take photos and film. So, that's the attitude we like from these brands, right? Because what is there to hide, right? There's nothing to hide. They want their products to be seen, to be enjoyed by the greatest number of enthusiasts, and more power to them, right? Because so you see these hammers, right? So this is for the hour. This is for the hour. For the quarter, they both um, hammer the gong. That's right around, as you can see. That's all steel, both the hammers and the gong around the case, circling inside the case. And it's really a beautiful, beautiful sound. Very, very warm, in person at least. And yeah, I mean, the coffee got me basically extra 15 minutes, guys. That went quite a long way, if you ask me. This is actually a better view of the gongs. Hammers, I should say. And finally, I want to show you how this wears. It's frankly, that's really surprised me because, you don't obviously get to see minute repeaters every day, and you don't really see people wearing them every day either. But if you wanted to, this would be a piece that you could actually wear every day. It just sits so well on the wrist. And so discreet too. It just looks like a classic dress watch, but you are literally carrying $350,000 on your wrist. No small change. Yeah, I think it's a little over my budget, Dirk. 350,000. Yes. George says, Were you at the? Yes, this is the Lange Boutique in South Coast Plaza. I had to go all the way to Costa Mesa from Los Angeles and stayed there for the day as well. It's 350. 350. Yeah, a little over my budget, but we'll handle it. Now, for me, of course, with all those new models and everything else, what was really the showstopper for me was a classic that I always admired, and this is one of my absolute grails. So to be able to see, handle, and also compare it to like a very special version of it was just a great occasion, and that is the Datograph, of course. And honestly, for its dimensions, it wears so well. It's just, and of course, it's a big boy in platinum. Um, has that extra thickness compared to 1815 chronograph because it has the oversized date and the power reserve indicator. So two more modules on top of that same architecture of movement. But frankly, you would be surprised at how well this wears. And again, I have a tiny wrist, right? I have a very, very slim wrist. You can already see it by the fact that I wear it on the last hole. But if you can think of the larger proportions, it certainly balances out really well. And this is not supposed to be a discreet watch, guys. Um, this is kind of king of all kings, right? When the Datograph was introduced in 1999, it wasn't really a time that a lot of these so-called high horology houses even had their in-house chronograph movements. So this was a huge slap in the face for Patek, for example, to have to exhibit um, next to Lange Söhne and to have your chronograph being in a way so outmoded and so antiquated in front of your eyes must have been a very bitter defeat. It's amazing. I mean, I've tried on many watches. I've tried on a lot of interesting stuff, but at the end of the day, I think this is an absolute grail. Nothing else quite compares. Hey man, we are gonna meet, Dirk. We are gonna meet. Hopefully by the end of the month for the FP visit. Um, it'll be great. Did I ever consider naming myself Count? Why not? Why not? I might try to do that. George says, love the datograph. However, the presence of the date may be too much. I just think 1815 chronograph is so much more classic. Absolutely. It is. I think the two of them compared, and we have, George, as you know, we have done this comparison on this channel specifically. I think datograph is has more of a presence. It's sportier. It's and it's more Lange. Right? And look, I mean, we all know if you're a true horological student, you know, of course, that oversized date, as much as it has that story with the Dresden Opera House, is really a module that was shared by Gégé Lecoutre with Alain Gonzone at their launch. And so was a lot of the gear chains of their movements, right? But when it comes to how the brand's aesthetic came together over the years, I think you kind of need the power reserve indicator. You kind of need the oversized date uh, to complete a watch as a Lange, right? That doesn't take anything away from 1815 chronograph, but honestly, um, if I were to have just a chronograph like that, I wouldn't really get it from Lange. I would try to get a Conde de Vache 1955 um, from Vacheron Constantin, or I would try to get they don't have the platinum anymore, right? So I would try to get the platinum on the secondary market if the prices have not gone through the roof. I'm sure you can get that pretty much at the same price point as you would get the 1815 chronograph from Lange. And this is the simple Datograph right next to the lumen, which is, of course, a very limited edition. You know, you have to have that movement in its full glory. And the lumen is fantastic too, you know, because it's the dial is itself translucent and not only luminous. So you can see that big date wheel from the front. You see, it's that's a fantastic piece too, and it's really an amazing display of the kind of hand finishing they do in each and every piece of the entire caliber, right? That's for you to see out there. Oh, that Datograph has a date has a waiting list. I think in pink gold it's even more desirable at this point. So they weren't even willing to commit to any date on delivery, George. But the platinum, they said 8 to 12 months, basically 8 months to a year, and that's their usual shtick of taking 30% deposit, because these are number zero. You know, these are basically, you know, exhibition models, not for sale. As you can see, um, you know, especially on the limited edition models that we have seen, they literally have the serial number zero on them. Um, and again, you know, there's just that extra level, extra layer of movement. That's that's the added bonus of Datograph compared to 1815, and even in 1815 Rattrapante, right? Datograph is a flyback chronograph, which is one reason I actually love it, um, because I've always been fascinated when it comes to the chronographs. I've always been fascinated by the flyback function more than anything. So I really love that. So unlike the Rattrapante, this 10 o'clock pusher, of course, just helps you to quickly shuffle through the big dates. In that 1815 Rattrapante I just showed, that was for actually splitting the seconds. See how beautifully that swan neck regulator is hand engraved. So yeah, that much for the visit at Lange, guys. If you have any questions regarding the watches that we have gone through, if you want me to cycle back to any of them, or if you want to ask just any other watch questions, I'm here, and I'll be here for at least 2 more hours. So stay stay strapped. Yeah, I didn't really spend all that much more time with any other watch boutiques in South Coast Plaza. I did drop by at Vacheron Constantin there, which is always a great experience. And they actually had a Comte de Vache 1955 in steel that they had for delivery for a customer. So I couldn't actually put it on, but I could at least take a look at it. I could at least see it. And it was really beautiful. And that's a very delicate and beautiful watch compared to the Datograph. Um, and I like it. I like it in a different way. But that's what I meant, George, when you said you would rather get 1815 than the Datograph from Lange. I would I would just get the Comte de Vache, and if I can get it in a precious metal, all the better. Um, but in either case, I would rather do that because 1815 to me, unless you are going for the split seconds, it's not all that special. It's just a great, high horology chronograph, hand wound that you can get from others as well. To me, it doesn't scream Lange the way Datograph does. Datograph has that feeling of sportiness to it, that feeling of quirk, that signature. So I don't know. That's just me, though. That's just me. But yeah, so they were really nice at this event. Since it was one-on-one, you could try any number of watches. So I tried the 1815 Rattrapante. I tried the minute repeater in white gold, which was the first that they have ever produced, and I don't think they have it in any other versions just yet, in any other materials. Um, I got to try on the Datograph Lumen. Um, there was the watchmaker himself had the uh, Saxonia Dematic. Um, yeah, so much, uh, of art um, in that boutique, in that brand, and it's all across the board too. Sometimes when they just say it, when they say, well, we pay the same exacting attention to our entry level watch that we pay to something like the turbograph, right? The everything in the kitchen sink, tourbillon, precision moon phase, split second chronograph, perpetual calendar, and then the fusée and chain movement that basically provides constant force. When you turn those watches over and look at the movements, of course, one movement is completely uh, an exhibition of simplicity, and the other one is of utmost complexity. But when you look at the details, it's really the same kind of finishing techniques that is used. It's the same attention that was put into that watch. It's not like one case is so much different from the other either, right? So everything about the watches really exude that level of craftsmanship and attention to detail that you can hardly find in any other brand. And again, I say this um, with a certain caveat, with a certain, um, I guess, qualification, right? Of course, you have independent watchmakers that are even producing less in terms of the numbers per year. But Lange, in serial production, uh, makes 6,000 watches at most. At their most prolific, they make 6,000 watches a year. And with Patek, you're talking about 75,000. With, pardon me, with Vacheron, you are talking about 45,000. So the fact remains that it's hard to compare um, when you talk about these sorts of um, brands that are owned by international conglomerates and do serial production and don't really do made to order watches. uh, Lange truly stands in a class of its own. And I say that without much hesitation. Dirk Diggler says, even if I could afford, I couldn't buy. I would be so worried about it whenever on my wrist. You're right, Dirk. But here's the thing: all these things that people say about some high horology watches, that they're too thin, too fragile, you certainly can't say about the Datograph. Datograph is like an SUV compared to whatever it is that Patek, Audemars Piguet, and Vacheron Constantin produce, especially in extra thin or ultra thin executions. It's the robustness is there, um, and again, the more complex the movement is, the more parts there are, and these are watches that don't try to optimize. They're not trying to minimize the parts of the caliber, right? They literally take pride in building more complex movements and hand finishing every single part of, I think there are like 682 pieces in this particular watch. There's 682 components of the caliber in this watch. Um, so quite frankly, yes, if you're wearing the Topograph Perpetual, um, there's so many more things that can go wrong, but the watch itself is so robust that I wouldn't be worried about that. Um, and the same thing about the Datograph or this split second. It's they're really they're very elegant dress watches, but they wear every bit as robust as your Rolex. I have no doubt about this. I mean, at the end of the day, again, more complicated movements means more components, means simply that there are more things that can go wrong, but these watches are not delicate by any uh, sense of that word. Far from it, quite the opposite. Nick Butter, hey man, thanks for being here. Lovely to see you here. And George says the Lange Boutique at South Coast Plaza is so awesome, very friendly and open. Highly recommend Julien Messica at the boutique. He's well versed in Lange. How many Lange they produce a year? Less than 6,000. And during the pandemic, I think it was closer to 4,500 um, rather than the usual 6,000. Bruce G says these are for those with 8-figure war chests. Probably. Um, they are certainly way over uh, my budget. They're certainly way over for what I have been so far willing to spend on a single watch. But hey, you get to look at these pieces, and it's really like contemplating a work of art. You don't necessarily imagine walking away with them at the next step, although that would be really nice, right? That would be fantastic. But again, don't take me wrong though. Of course, I always have these moments to say, like, what if I sold every single watch that I have, and can I somehow top it off to get Datograph, or to get a split second Lange Söhne chronograph? But of course, those are just fleeting moments and not very realistic uh, considerations at all. And JB, thank you so much for your contribution, man. It really, really makes all the difference. Again, for me, it's always great to be here, having the privilege to live stream for a few hours at a time. It's really a distinct pleasure for me, and I have many friends and incredible interlocutors here in the chat. Those who also join me on the panel, like Aussie Expat, like the professor, like Joe, like many others who have over time really came with their passion, with their knowledge, with their time, most importantly. I appreciate you all, but yeah, for those of you who can contribute and who do contribute and do so on a regular basis, it really keeps the channel afloat, I have to say, because, at the end of the day, um, you see, I'm trying to make some sort of difference, provide some exclusive content. Um, and at the end of the day, I invest everything back in terms of time, in terms of equipment to the channel. I just had my tripod come in. So, for example, if I can convince Racing R to talk a little bit about Breitling with us, I might run a little live stream from our meetup on Monday, while we're drinking a cup of coffee. Just two guys chatting about watches. Really, nothing more complicated than that. But at any rate, I will have something nice to talk about, um, and that's the other uh, great incentive, that I get to meet all these people from all across the country, from all around the world, to talk about watches and to meet even in person one day, and it's really a privilege, and it's a genuine pleasure. Thank you, JB. You can get an 1815 Lange for about the same price as a Submariner in the gray market. Such a good value. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, look, Grant has so many entry points. 1815 is truly an amazing dress watch at the entry level already, right? You don't necessarily have to get into complications, right? 15,000. You can get it in yellow gold. You can get it in pink gold. And that three-quarter plates, that they modeled after some of the classic Saxonian pocket watches, and that is executed always in that particular alloy that they call German silver, and thus patinates in a very meaningful and visible way over the years as well, taking on more of that yellowish hue that makes it distinct. Um, again, you get your freehand engraved swan neck regulator, and you again get a movement that is hand finished in every single one of its components, whether it is visible to you from that case back or not. And speaking of that point of comparison, um, for significantly cheaper than a Daytona, you can get a Lange 1. Again, a dress watch with amazing character. There's nothing quite like it on the market. You may hate it. You may not like asymmetric dials, and much respect to you, more power to you. But for its own genre, this is something truly, truly special. And of course, that was this classic layout is the hand wound movement. You have automatic versions of it, right, that are called daymatic, with an additional day indicator as well. Um, the dial is somehow inverted. But again, something glorious in the back. A little further up, you have the moon phase, for example. Again, I think a beautiful version of this watch with the moon phase in the subsidiary seconds dial. Very very distinct, but also quite elegant and discreet. And a little higher up there, you also have the version that they call Zeitzone, which is the time zone, right? Like a dual time version of it. This is the older execution, which still has those floating indicators there. In the newer one, it's just a rotating circle. But you have the day and night indicators, um, and a world time function. This is to change the date, and this is to rotate that circle, um, to cycle through the cities, basically. In the newer one, there's also a correction for daylight savings time, like a little indicator here. So they have really upped the ante on the most recent version. The bridge looks like a woman's stiletto. Yeah, I mean it's like pure elegance when you zone into um, some of these movements. And St. Peter says maybe I'll go with 1815 first. Yeah, 1815 and Saxonia are great, really great entry points into Lange. Um, Again, you have something quite elegant, thin, very discreet, very beautiful, simple. Right. So for those of you who somehow don't want to don't want to dabble with Lange One, whether it's out of your price range or it's maybe it's too elaborate, too asymmetric, too busy as a dial. This is again very very distinct and discrete version of the Lange that is at their entry point, which is 21,200 at their um, retail. And it comes either in pink gold white dial or white gold with a white dial, what they call argenté, so a kind of a silvery white that's made from this, crafted from the same German silver that they use. And they also have this limited edition, which I think may be a boutique exclusive rather than being limited in number. But here's the movement that goes with all of them, the manual version at least. And for those of you who might, in fact, um, desire or prefer an automatic movement, so that was the thin, right? They have the regular Saxonia, which has the seconds as well on the subsidiary dial. That's a little cheaper, 19,700. And they also have the automatic version, which is a boutique exclusive. Of course, the Saxonia is a 35 millimeter dress watch. Again, don't let that number necessarily fool you, because it does wear bigger than advertised, the 34-35. Uh, but compared to 38 and a half of the Lange One, and what I believe is 39, I want to say. Oh, this is 38 and a half to 1815. So basically, 1815's advantage is it has more or less the same case as the Lange One. So and a lot of their offerings are in pink and white gold. At times they come with yellow gold as well. And yes, if you look at retail, you are looking at 40,000 at the boutique for a Lange one in pink or white. For Saxonia, you're looking 19,700. Saxonia thin, you're looking for 21 2,000. And then for 1815, you're looking for 27 and a half. So those are the entry points into the Lange range. Nick Butter says the skeletal backing looked like a work of art. Yes, that was really, really stunning. For the Daymatic, right? Yeah. By the way, guys, we have just gone over 2 hours. So this is a kind invitation for you to hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't for daily watch content and watch talk like this. I also produce more content outside of these live streams, so feel free to browse the channel, find out more. There are some playlists for you to fool around. Most importantly, spread the word, send the link out on other platforms, talk about the channel. Ultimately, that's the best way you can help me expand on this community that's based around knowledge and passion for wristwatches. I am trying to get to 1,000 subscribers so I can get the channel monetized, so I can get a little bit more return on the time, work, and effort I put into this channel, into this content. But if you do want to contribute already, and if you want to help this channel stay independent, stay completely autonomous and self-sustaining, only at the service and at the behest of its audience, not beholden to any special interests in the industry, not beholden to the profiteers on the gray market, and not manipulated in any way by any of those behind the scenes games and conspiracies like some other channels. This is an open platform, it's for everyone, and it's truly generated by your interventions, your interjections, your questions, your comments from the chat, from what you send me on YouTube, on Instagram, through my email. So your contributions as well, they matter absolutely. Before the channel get monetized, there are already 3 ways you can contribute to help me create more exclusive and original content. You can send me a PayPal on lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespontv@gmail.com. That's also the best way to contact me if you want personalized content. I also have a Cash App at $LHVVV, $LHVVV, and I just made a Patreon account with the explicit purpose of increasing the quality and quantity of content on this platform. And my first goal there is to have 2 additional live streams per week earlier in the day, so I can expand this community, so I can attract more people who are based in the UK, who are based in continental Europe, and who are even on the East Coast. And for some of those people, this show is either too late or too early. So with your help, hopefully we'll be able to get to more people. So I posted those links to the chat now, and they're also in the crawling ticker and included in the video description. Any contribution is welcome. But again, thank you for your support and presence, and thank you for being here every night. Ultimately, just hit the like button and spread the word. That will do fine. But if you can contribute in other ways, that is very much, well, really helps me dedicate more time into the channel and get you more content and more quality content above all. So this is a particular call out to Aussie expat watches, who specializes in the particular genre of the cooking watch. You know, if you have seen his channel, he posts a lot of cooking and food videos. So this is our invitation also to subscribe to his channel. I just posted the link. Please hit the like button. Please hit the link to Aussie Expat Watches channel and subscribe there as well. Most of you know him anyways from his appearances here. He has been a great friend. He has been a great supporter of this channel. I really appreciate him. And yeah, guys, it's really great to have Aussie Expat on board, and I welcomed him back to the Instagram as well. For whatever reason, his account was deactivated for a while, so my co-pilot Aussie Expat is back on Instagram too. And here is Chef Emerald Lagasse wearing a Yacht-Master in what they call Rolesium, right? And clearly he uses the rotating bezel to time his cooking. Pardon me, and it's a great fit. I remember seeing him with other Rolexes over the years. I think he had some sort of two-tone date just before, but this watch looks great on him. I think in general the Yacht-Master 40 in steel, whether we're talking about the one with the slate dial, rhodium dial, some like the blue dial, I think those are very underrated, and some of the previous generations of those actually are some of the best deals on modern Rolex in the secondary market. So always keep an eye out on those. Aussie, come back.
Hey man, you're showing my favorite cooking watch.
Yeah, man. I was trying to call you in. I sent the signal out, and there you are.
Yeah, absolutely. So when you're cooking, often you get to a stage in the cooking process where you get to a next step. It's not just like I've only got one thing to time and then I'm done. You're always like, I need to come back another 5 minutes or another 3 minutes or something like that. So you actually want the bezel to turn the other way. Otherwise, you know, if you're only 5 minutes elapsed on a diving bezel, you have to go right. That's annoying. You don't have time. You could be chopping onions in that time. So Yacht-Master, click, click, done.
Yeah, it makes sense actually, especially the way you described it. Baby girl, welcome back to the channel. Nice to see you.
I'm guessing for yachting, the reason you'd be doing it is because you're doing navigation. I'm guessing, as opposed to like timing your air. You're trying to navigation, sort of like the use case for the Pelagos FXD that also has a. Actually, it's not. It doesn't have. Is it bidirectional?
Yeah,
I know
think
it's
so.
retrograde, but yeah.
I think it is. And but by the way, that's also for some flyer chronographs, pilot chronographs, Flieger chronos, if you have a rotational bezel, that's also bidirectional for the specific purpose that you just said, because that's also used, the timing function on a pilot's chronograph used to be directed towards navigation, right? So that makes a lot of sense. Francis here, he says, upvoted like I do every stream, get to 1,000 and I will be one of the first to super chat you. That's very generous, Fats. I appreciate you. Thank you. And OG Baby Girl says, can only stay a min to upvote. That's already very generous. Thank you.
I don't know if the Yacht-Master will ever make it into my collection. I realize 10 is, once you go over 10, I can't fit it in many things that are reasonable. And
what does that mean?
Like I've got
in terms of boxes.
Yeah. Just in terms of transport, even just putting it into a reasonable size safety deposit box, you start getting above 10, and yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we'll see.
And
I'm getting presented that problem. I'm, exclusive on Lord's channel. My wife decided and I, that we will move to Austin next month. So goodbye, Las Vegas.
I mean, congratulations, commiserations. It's I think you are devastated because you are not close to the strip anymore. But joking aside, of course, it means if you want new Rolex pieces, now you have an AD relationship to build from scratch, basically.
Yeah.
So that is a problem. But in Hebrew, you have a good way of putting what you just said. My wife and I decided, since you conjugate according to gender, in Hebrew you just say ani ve'ishti hechlita, which really means I and my wife, she decided. So I'm sure that decision was made for you, and your part was minimal in it.
Yeah, we've just had we're no longer on the learning curve here. We want to hop on that learning curve again, have some more fun. But the reality is maybe I can maintain the relationship here in Vegas.
Yeah.
I'm cut off anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And then it's possible. I mean, as I said, the Seattle AD actually got back to me the other week with a Steel Sport, so that's cool.
The Explorer, right?
Yeah, the Explorer. Yeah. So as I said, I didn't even ask for that, so it's certainly possible to maintain a relationship. I think length of time matters a fair bit. So I've known that AD since like 2018.
I mean, look, I think it can be done. I know for a fact, because Cars was talking about this, about the process of getting his Skydweller. He had a relationship with someone in North California. So in Northern California, in the Bay Area. Even though he is resident in Southern California, he still maintained the relationship with them. And it can be done.
Yeah, I think a few more visits would help. Obviously, actual in-person type things. Like I got to get to that Seattle lady for rejecting the Explorer. She's done me only favors, and I've asked for nothing. She owes me.
What are you bringing on that visit?
Good question. Like I asked my neighbors actually, like, what do you bring if you're resident in Las Vegas? What do you bring to another state? So if you're like from Washington, you might bring cherries, or there's almond roca, or, Starbucks mug, something. There's a lot of things, but from Vegas, there's only like cheap Chinese souvenirs with Las Vegas signs on them, or mugs. The only thing that Las Vegas doesn't export anything apart from, the services it provides here. So one thing I was thinking of doing, and I've still got time, I wanted to go to all of the strip hotels, all the casinos, every single one, and pick up like $10 worth of $1 chips from every one. And then after visiting them all, just spend the day going to each one of them. I'll have like spend a fair bit of money, but I'll then have 10 souvenirs to give away, where it's like a stack of $1 chips from every casino on the strip, and maybe frame it or something like that. I thought that's the only thing sort of like thoughtful that I think I could potentially do and wouldn't cost a crazy amount of money. What do you think of that idea? Yeah. The
Sorry about that. I was taking my, nature called for a minute,
no
and
worries.
I let you take the wheel for a little bit. But
Yeah, sorry, I didn't see. Yeah.
I was thinking that you will have to make a new mock glorious intro to your videos on Aussie Expat Watches. You can't do the Vegas hotels anymore,
Yeah.
or can you?
Well, I don't know. So I really like taking video in Seattle, and I just like, glamour and everything is just very cliche. Um, Cliche, cheesy, relatively uninteresting. So if you go back to my Aussie Expat 2 channel, I've got quite a few videos where I'm just taking video of trash and people defecating in the streets and so forth.
But the thing is, like, in Vegas, you can have those glamour
Well,
shots,
I could do, yeah,
and
do
the
both.
irony is kind of folded into it. Like, it's so, like, Las Vegas is so outrageous and so artificial when it comes to that sort of glamour and glitz, like especially in the way it mimics, for example, other parts of the world as well, and Caesar's Palace, and like, these sort of mythical environments. It
Well,
just
Treasure
it's
Island has
extravagant.
completely chewed its pirate theme. Like, it's all gone. Like, you go to Treasure Island now, and it's like, why is this called Treasure Island? But it really used to be very piratey in there.
Yeah, and it's like, it's extravagant but also tacky at the same time. So it's like,
Mm.
you can do it
Well,
with
I'd
tongue in
often
cheek, sort
say
of.
it'd be very tacky if they didn't put so much effort into it. It honestly is actually impressive in many parts, especially the Venetian, like this whole sort of Venezia style look and everything. But they really go to town. There's literally canals running on the second floor of a building. It's like, can you imagine the amount of weight on a second floor to have just canals running through the shopping district? It's just mind
Mhm.
blowing to me. I didn't think that would be feasible, like just suspending that much water in the air. But I got some goodies for Prime Day. You can see by the boxes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
What,
about half of
anything
those are going to be
anything interesting?
returns.
Anything interesting?
Yeah. I got myself a DJI Action 2 with a
Okay.
cage, and then I can put my wireless microphone on. So this is much easier to get a vlog style thing going, or shoot something outdoors or anything like that, and I get good
So
audio.
that's a that's a camera that comes with a tripod?
No. So the tripod is, so this is a Joby Gorilla Pod. These
Okay.
are very handy because you can attach them to a wall. Or the other day I was in my Toyota, and I just needed to do a vlog, and I just attached it to like the
Mhm.
side of the center to the dash. And so it's very useful like that. You can attach it to like side posts. And then this thing is actually held magnetically. So I can go sort of like small handheld wherever I want to go, and then just slap it back on. It's really, really neat. This thing just goes straight in through here. I was charging it. So the USB-C cable it's multifunction, but I can't charge and leave those cables in. But so I think that's relatively neat. So I get, solid audio and a relatively compact package. And then if I'm doing like a walk and talk, I can just move these legs into position, just crush them like that, and then
And
away I go.
does that provide enough stability?
Oh, that's precisely why I had to do this. I was using my phone, but the phone stability only works on the rear camera, and it crops in quite heavily and is not super good.
Okay.
The stabilization on this is so insane. There's actually a mode where you can even do this. Like you might be all sorts of things, but if you even go to beyond 45 degrees, it can actually keep the horizon level, which is just completely insane.
Can you send me the link for that camera?
Yeah, sure. I might not recommend it to people.
Okay.
There's quite a few downsides. I might do a video exactly on what those downsides are, but it's got a front cam and a rear cam. How cool is that? Yeah, very, very cool. But there are some downsides. The number one being heat. Like I took it out into the Las Vegas sun and I started recording and it stopped after 3 minutes. it just couldn't do it. It's just too hot. But with a little bit of playing around, you can get it to not reduce the heat, but to allow itself to get to temperatures beyond which you will get a 2nd degree burn if you hold on to it.
Oh my god. Oh, okay.
Yeah, legit, like 2nd degree burns. Like I measured it. It was getting up to like 165 degrees Fahrenheit. 1st degree burns started about 105, I think. So it's solidly into 2nd degree burn territory. So that's why you got to use a tripod. You do not want to go handheld with that. But you know what? It's very hard to get everything in a camera,
Right?
And the 2nd degree burns is something I can
live with.
I can live with. They'll heal. My hands will heal.
Well, I mean, the tripod does.
Yeah, it mitigates it completely.
Right?
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, exactly. There's no reason to touch it, and you're not going to get burned immediately by touching it. But I'm just saying, like, you got a hot potato. You just like, that's the other thing I bought was this an Insta360 cam. I've had one before, and then I accidentally destroyed it. Let me see. Hold on, it wasn't on there. So it's actually got 2 lenses. So when it records, it actually records 360 degrees. So it actually doesn't matter what you're pointing it at. You get because it's pointing in 360 degrees, the only thing you're controlling in real time while actually out and about is the Z, X, Y. So only 3 axes is what you control in real time. And then you get into post, and then you get to control all the panning, rolling, and yaw, and that's it. So the other 3 axes of control are done in post-production. So it gives you a lot of flexibility. You can do shots with this that are impossible with any other type of camera, because there's just no way to physically point the camera at something consistently. But it's a relatively specialized use, and I was trying to see whether or not it would be useful for just vlogging. That's not useful. The post-production takes too long. But if you're doing some sort of action stuff, it's really incredible.
Could be interesting. But I do, you have put the caveat already, but I do still want the link for the first for the first setup?
Yeah, sure. I might not recommend it because I got it for the Prime Day sales last week. Or was that earlier in the week? I think it was last week.
Earlier in the week, or
Earlier in the week. Man, time's been real rough on me this.
I know. It's hard.
So it's the DJI Action 2, and up until Prime Day, they'd been $500, and then on Prime Day they reduced it to $299. So I wouldn't necessarily recommend it because it's got so many caveats. It's a pretty pricey thing to have. So $421. At $421, you're already more than half of the way there to like a solid camera that a lot of people use for vlogging. So something like a Sony ZV-1 or something like that. So there's a lot of camera options that come into play. If you don't really want something small, you can put just a couple $100 more and get a bigger camera that has much better quality. But I don't know. I just like GoPro style size.
Right, and the microphone was something you added onto it. Is that right?
Yeah. The Rode Wireless Go 2 is probably the industry standard. You've probably seen countless people with one of these furballs sitting underneath their shirt, like that. So you've probably seen countless people with that. Not just a lav mic, but one of these, and they'll have Rode on there. I don't particularly like having that, advertising that, but it is just a very convenient setup. DJI's new microphones look slightly better, but considering DJI, one, not a very old company, two, it's their very first set of microphones, I'm a little hesitant about recommending that. They have one feature that I really like. One, their microphones are a little bit smaller, but probably doesn't matter. Like, I don't think it matters that it's smaller than this. But they have a magnetic clip that's detachable where you can put this on a t-shirt. So I've got a seam here, right? So it can slip under. But they've got a clip. So if you're just wearing a t-shirt, so you've got solid patch of textile here, you put the magnet on the inside of your shirt and it will clip onto your shirt. I think that's very cool. Depending on what clothes you wear, or how convenient it is, being able to clip onto just a regular t-shirt, that's kind of cool. Yeah. The obvious competitor to this is the GoPro 10. I used to have a GoPro 10. It was a horrible experience. It just kept chewing up memory cards and corrupting the files, and the way you have to hook up a external microphone is really bad. You have to use like a 3.5 millimeter dongle. Oh, I'm dropping things. You got to have like like one of these. I'll show you. You got to have like a dongle and a USB-C thing, but it has to be proprietary GoPro one. I just hate having multiple connection points, because I've had these 3.5 millimeter things go, like they're not connected or they break, they're flimsy. So I really like this digital to digital setup where it just goes USB-C to USB-C. And that way there's not another round of, shitty audio conversion. But also the main difference is, if this doesn't work, if it's not working, this device will actually show that there's no external mic hooked up. But on the GoPro, if the 3.5 mil jack is not working, it still shows that it's working. Like, there's no difference between a broken microphone connection on analog versus you just being quiet on the microphone. So the USB-C gives like positive signal that yes, everything is actually working.
That's good. That helps.
Yeah, I've lost so much audio. I interviewed one of my heroes. so he's like 5-time national champion in rifle shooting. And I got to meet him, and I asked him a series of questions, did a full interview type thing. And then I get back to my desk at home. I'm like, this is fantastic. I'm going to upload this. And it's just for 30 minutes. I'm like, fucking kidding me. You're fucking kidding me.
Guys, the professor is probably busy professing, and I know the audience loves him, and I love him too, and he'll be back for sure. But yeah, as with the rest of us, he dedicates as much time to this as he can. So it is what it is. But yeah, if he has been telling his students that he has been talking to the Lord, he may have been committed. So that's why we are not hearing from him.
So I know you kind of want to get out and about at some point.
Yes.
So the Rode Wireless Go 2 actually comes with 2 sets of these lav mics. Let me pull that out. So you can see that's the main receiving module, and you can check levels on there, and it'll tell you whether or not you're going over those levels, that sort of thing. You can adjust it down. It actually comes with 2 separate lavs, and what's really great about that is you can put one on yourself, and then there are like $10 sticks that you can put this on the end of, so you can have just sort of working like a regular, microphone on a stick. So you can put that on a stick, and then you'll have clear audio being transmitted in this. Now, and there's a couple modes that this can work. You can either have the audio mixed into one mono feed, or you can have one on the left channel and the other in the right channel. So it might make certain things easier to clean up and fix in post-production.
Nice.
So very, very cool. And they do have backup. So just in case your camera setup does screw up, as long as you set it up with the application first, the phone app, you can have it actually record the audio on the actual device, meaning if you're outside a transmission range or connection to the camera stops working, you can actually still pull the raw audio file off the actual microphone and then sync it up in post-production. So you may not lose everything. The problem for me is I didn't install the app and set up the backup
at that time
recording. And then I'm like, oh my God, I thought this happened by default, but it's not on by default.
Shit. Yeah, sorry about that. And those are the ones that come with the GoPro that you were just talking about.
No, they're completely separate. This is just the Rode Wireless Go 2.
Okay.
So, and they're a dedicated audio company, so I feel a little bit more confident spending money with them because, quite frankly, audio doesn't get deprecated that easily. Like even if this had, say, 3.5 millimeter analog, it does have 3.5 millimeter analog. That's how most people hook it up. But if you can go digital, that's the way to go. But yeah, there's no real reason this would ever genuinely go out of date because it does have that 3.5 mil jack. There will always be some way to make this useful in the future. And that's good because these are really expensive, like just slightly north of 200. But you know what? Most of what we do is audio. I mean, you invested in a good mic, I see.
Yes.
Most of what we do is audio.
I mean, in my case, especially since I don't have as pretty of a face as you do, for me, the audio is much more important.
Well, I don't know. You've seen my thumbnails, right? Look.
You put particular effort into it. That's for sure. So we have filled out the 10 watch case. That's
9, but
okay.
The path to the 10th would involve potentially getting a few tutors as well. And it's like,
okay.
And I would like them, but I realized that from a practical perspective, having more than 10 watches is actually not great. it's not that practical.
I mean, I think, in a way, for me, the utmost number that you can justify for something that you cycle through pretty constantly is 6 in the box, 1 on the wrist. You know, it just makes sense. One for each day of the week kind of situation. Remembering, of course, fondly that the pontiff was trying to justify his briefcase collection to me, saying five for each weekday, as if he was going to an office job.
Wow.
But you know, even that, again, it's a comical situation, right? You know, at the end of the day, we should really have just one watch and go through life with it. But we have already been, we are sick. We're sick.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
have already been afflicted. So,
can I share with you something?
yes, please.
I got a spreadsheet. We got some box office poison here.
It's okay. It's all right.
Let me shrink the window down so it appears bigger. I record what watch I wear each day.
Oh, yeah.
And these colored ones are when I wore a particular model last. So I haven't worn my Daytona in more than a month, and the Speedy I haven't worn in more than a month. But the other ones have had pretty good cycle.
Two things I will say about that. One, it's certainly not unseen, because having hung out with some menswear guys, like, you know, they literally keep similar sheets in addition to what they post on Instagram for their daily outfits. Yes.
Wow.
Yes. But this is what I expect from you because of the way your mind works. You should actually have an algorithm plugged into this, which kind of figures in the market value of these watches and how much you wear them, and then calculates on that basis how much, basically, how much you are getting from that watch per wear.
Exactly.
Right? You know,
that's what this summary tab up here is. It's a heat map. Yeah.
Really?
Well, let me just zoom in on that. Let me zoom in on that. It's a heat map. So you saw the raw data. That's for real.
Oh my God.
So I've got a heat map. So this is just raw days used. As you can see, I've actually worn my Daytona the most. So
yes.
I'm not. What would you call it? Is that being a poser or not being a poser if you actually wear your Daytona?
I mean,
you could go either way.
Being the right kind of poser, I much rather hang out with people who wear their watches rather than safe queen them. So
yeah. And least worn watch is the Pelagos. However, if you look at it from a cost perspective, the Daytona is still really bad, and the Pelagos is actually doing really well on a cost per day perspective. And like, these numbers aren't up to date, but it kind of doesn't matter. That's sort of just a relative, like, all the watches are shit now, so it doesn't really matter. But
right,
this is their relative value still. Like the absolute number is probably much lower, but but
that goes for all of them.
Yeah. So they were all updated at the same time. This you don't really need to know. This is like whether or not I'm falling behind on their expected use as per value. So anything in green or negative means I've used it more than I really need to use it, considering its value in the collection. And the ones that are behind are the hype watches. So I simultaneously wear the Daytona the most, and the Hulk is like third most. But compared to its level of hype, I'm not really wearing the hype watch as far as cost per day is concerned.
But by the way, Ozzy, I'm discovering, since this is the kind of content that generates strong opinions, I think it's been very good, because Thomas G says, I love those statistics, and Fats says, for Fike's sake, I remember a guy from Scottish boxing who came into the gym with a spreadsheet. Within 10 minutes, he ran out of the door like his life depended on it. So he's not much. He doesn't have much patience for statistics.
Yeah, I mean, are there any other metrics I should be generating out of this? I don't know. I'd
Well,
like maybe when like instead of doing the color coded thing down below, I'd like just like how just a quick number at the top here, like how long since I've not worn one of
mm.
these watches. But I don't know spreadsheet foo well enough to do that.
And can I ask a simple question? I think I have it figured out, but I want to confirm. So when you say expected days, that's the number of days you should be wearing them relative to the percentage of value they occupy from your collection. Okay,
Yeah,
so
and
everything
for
basically, so
the number of days in the year so far.
right.
So it's not a target at the end of the year. It's like I should have already worn the Daytona 58 days, but yeah.
So that everything, if you wore them for the expected number of days, everything would have cost the same per day.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah. Basically, everything should cost the same per day. I think the one that I'm like way over on is the Pelagos and the Speedy. Like, I can't wear the Daytona enough to get it down to $25 a day, I don't think.
I'm just gonna share the link for your channel once again,
Oh,
guys.
cheers.
If you wanna observe this mind at work, it's very special mind at
This is
work.
too detailed for my channel. My
Fuck
channel,
you.
you get like a picture of a Negroni and then a wrist shot of a Submariner. Yeah, 15 seconds.
Well, I thought that spot of the Negroni guy was already taken up in the watch community, but hey, whatever works.
I was just out in Vegas last night. I was meeting a friend who'd flown in from Seattle, and like I was okay. I'll do one drink. I'll grab a Negroni. I'll see what it tastes like.
MLMJ, these are the market prices before the crash.
Yeah. Well, they're sort of halfway into the crash, right? I think
Okay.
Daytona's well, actually, look up David SW. I think Daytonas are still 45 on David SW.
Well,
But yeah, they're great prices. But great prices are the real price.
Yeah.
Like absent of developing a strong relationship with, X or Y and so forth, And then when you get lucky, you're getting lucky. Like to say retail price, like if you get a Rolex at retail, even now, you still did something right. You didn't just have a warm body and a wallet and walk into a Rolex dealership.
Yeah. No, I mean, you're right. But that was the other thing I was gonna suggest. Maybe you should. I mean, you probably have a note of that in another document, I'm sure. What you actually paid at retail, because these are all watches
Right.
bought at retail.
Yeah. Well, I could. Well, the Hulk, I didn't. So in terms of what I paid for it, the Hulk would be number one. But
Oh, right.
I
Hulk,
don't
you
see it
did
like
get
that. Like I don't book it
Hulk. You
like
did.
that.
Hulk is the only Rolex you got in the secondary market.
Correct.
Oh,
Correct.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. That was just to make up for not getting the Submariner when my son was born, and so the Hulk is a birth year for him, and I had to look who's got the 2019 card. So I bought it post delisting, post discontinuation, but
Oof.
after it went really crazy post discontinuation, immediately went to 22, 23. I picked up the Hulk for 19. So
Okay.
it did sort of, it sort of like, and then it sort of hovered a bit and it was sliding and people didn't know where it would slide to. I think I got a temporary bottom, like post discontinuation. If you heard someone got a Hulk for 19 post discontinuation, they would have either bought it when I bought it, or maybe they bought it now. Like, I'm not exactly sure where the prices of those are right now. Am I underwater? I don't know.
Well, I mean, you still they have still not fallen all the way down to what you got it for. I can tell you that, but they are heading in that direction.
Yeah, they made it. I especially think the whole, black versus colors thing. I still got to do that video. I think that's going to be true because I've worn my Submariner a lot in the last few weeks, and I'm just like, it's the only one I'm sort of happy with right now. So I just like something in black. I don't need something that's glowing.
you probably doing more edited videos than I do. You probably know this, but you should certainly start that with if you can steal at least a few seconds out of that. You remember when that first Christopher Nolan Batman movie and Batman Begins, he tries the tumbler, the car, and then he stops and says, "Does it come in black?" You should use that in your video.
That's cool. That's cool. I don't know what happens with copyright if I lift movie scenes. I'd love to do it, but I'm just scared.
I don't know. Is it fair use up to like say 8 seconds, 10, 15?
No, I don't think it is.
Okay.
No, I don't think whether or not you'll get picked up for it is a different story, but like fair use is usually around whether or not you're offering a critique of the movie, but that's not what I'm doing in that case.
Right.
So this is the other stat. This one was a little bit more difficult. So non-luxury, how many days I've not worn a luxury watch. So all of this expected stuff, this excludes whenever I've decided to wear a true shitter, basically.
Like the Alpinist, for example.
You're correct. You're correct. The Alpinist is counted as a non-luxury, which I'm wearing today.
You said it. I have not said.
It's true.
Pointed out based on your data analysis. So
yeah,
let's get that straight.
Cheapest watch is this one. You could look it up. The AE 1500 WH. I like it. I like this watch. So what are the other non-luxuries?
That's
the SKX appears. Right? I wore an Invicta. Whoa, what's that? I'm going to turn in my watch influencer card or something.
I didn't even know that you had an Invicta.
Oh, it's a shameful secret. I got to do a video of that one day. It's like secretly, it's like, shit, this fucking. I've tried to kill it, Lord. I've tried to kill it. It doesn't die. It keeps perfect time. Like I've measured it. It keeps perfect time. Like after a week, it's 0 for 0.
I'm sure it keeps better time than the Seiko SKX. I can tell you that.
Yeah. It honestly is perfect. Like I've just kept it running. Like I just went to it and I just keep it going. I kept it going for 19 days, and at the end of 19 days, it was still 0 according to my app. I'm just like, this is ridiculous. This is shameful.
Invicta.
Yeah, no squallies. Hey man, it does get really shit. So do you want to look up that AE 1500 WH?
Yes, sir. Let's see. But we can't really keep both of them on the screen, so I will have to take.
Yeah. I'll kill mine
for a second. No, don't.
No. We've mined the well dry on that data. I don't know. It's getting late. How many people have we put to sleep?
I think you have a few more secrets there that you wanted to hide from the prying eyes.
Yeah, it's like.
But hey, guys, just rewind and do some screen grabs. Some work to do. This one?
Yeah, that's it. I like it. It's just so utilitarian. I love the big numbers in case you're 90 years old and you can't read anymore. Yeah, it's simple. It's like normally they're at Walmart for like $19, but it's a nice big watch. Sometimes you just want a digital watch and it just should be legible, and it's not a G-Shock, it's a Casio. Right. So yeah, I like that a lot. The negative display one is horrible. Like negative display is kind of cool, but It has to be at a certain quality level, otherwise the angles in which you can actually see it are just terrible.
You mean this one, right?
Yeah,
The
yeah. This one's bad, and it's hard to tell from the picture. This is actually grey as opposed to black,
Oh.
and it's quite a lighter grey. It's not cool, basically.
And they have one in khaki, basically, right?
Yeah.
All
One
right.
thing I super hate about it, and is a design element that appears on a lot of Casios, even far more expensive Casios.
Mm.
Could you zoom in on the face just a little bit on the bezel? So it's got these fake screw heads, and yeah, it's just silly. I don't know. It's just silly. Like they're not even a proper, screw head configuration, and yeah, and this appears on like far more expensive Casios. Like I'm not sure if the Rainbow Mountain, I think that has fake screw heads as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's you know what the provenance of that more or less is. I think in a way it has 2 points of origin. One non-functional, purely aesthetic, one semi-functional. When Santos was first designed,
Hmm.
that bezel was supposed to basically echo with the rivets on plates, on the
Mhm.
planes at the time, right? So the exposed screws on the bezel of a Cartier Santos in the first instance were supposed to mimic the rivets on a plane in that era.
Mhm.
Um, so purely aesthetic in a sense, right?
Mhm.
On the other hand, of course, there was the Royal Oak design, right? That had the bolts, and that basically started at least with the idea that um, it's supposed to mimic the bolts of on the helmet of a diver, again more or less
Mhm.
contemporary with it. But then again, it also had some measure of securing that monoblock case,
Mhm.
putting it together. Um, well, nowadays, I guess they don't really need it. They don't have a functional purpose even for the Royal Oak, the way the case is constructed, but it's still
Hmm.
kept that way. I guess, you know, after Hublot exploded, especially, I think that is why Casios
That's
have these, right?
that's
No?
interesting. No, I don't know. I don't know how long they've been having these bolts on the face for, but so this Rainbow Mountain's like a 12 to $1,600 watch. Um,
Okay.
I considered getting one. I really do like the Rainbow Mountain, like the. So this is inspired by the Peruvian. This one, the Peruvian Rainbow Mountains. Let me find an
No,
image.
actually. No, please educate.
Yeah, it's really cool. I really, really like the story for this one. So basically, that bezel is sort of designed slash inspired by the Peruvian Rainbow Mountains, and that bezel sort of made
Mm.
from layered carbon, where they sort of do different layers of color, and then cut it all down for the bezel. So it's very interesting technique, and no two bezels are alike. Although, what's that worth to you? But this sort of, I think it's cool. I think it's a cool story. Um,
It is nice.
yeah. So
It-
yeah, I thought it's interesting, but I thought it might be a good soft watch to pick up after the Daytona. But what was really the big issue is like what I wanted next really didn't require any purchases. Like the Explorer 2, that's a watch that it's not easy to get, but if you've got an established relationship, you should be able to just ask for it, which is what I did. Uh,
And you got it for your birthday.
yeah, yeah. Although my essay completely forgot about that. It was just luck.
Well, I mean, I guess they forgot. in the sense like they don't immediately remember it, but the fact that you were allocated one right around your
Yeah.
birthday, I guess they probably made a note of it somewhere. Things
Yeah.
don't
Well,
just
I mean,
coincide
I was
like that
putting a
when it
little bit
comes
more
to
pressure
Rolex
in the
baby.
month leading up to my birthday.
Okay. Maybe it was just that. You're right.
It probably wasn't subconscious sort of escalation.
Well, I
Yeah.
was
So
going to try to squeeze this into our conversation, since we're talking about soft watches and colors of the rainbow and everything, and you are a fellow skinny fister like me.
yeah.
What do you think about these watches? Have you seen them?
No, my initial impression, I do like them.
They're
The
34
hands are
millimeter.
okay. It a little bit same, but they work. I assume this is mechanical
Yes, automatic Miota movement.
and automatic. Okay, cool. Yeah, my initial impression is hits the right spot. The pictures don't really tell me what kind of finishing that is. Looks
You mean
ultra
on the case?
smooth everywhere. Yeah. Is it
Yeah,
completely polished or?
I think so. Let me see. He has a wrist shot, Mr. Hajime Asaoka.
I like it. I like the sort of simpler style. It seems to fit somewhere between like a sports watch and a field watch and a dress watch.
Yes, I think those are exactly the design codes. I'm glad you just jumped right into it and you could decipher that immediately at a
Yeah,
glance.
it's really cool. That's really cool. It's sort of
And
really
it's 34
bridging a
millimeters.
gap.
34. What do you think about that?
Yeah, it's a lovely looking watch. I think it may be just slightly too colorful for me.
Okay.
I'm really leaning into this whole black and white thing.
Even in the, like, I guess the most somber one would be this among them.
Yeah, but they've all got the blued hands, so it's
Yes.
pretty playful. I mean, I'm not gonna try subtract from that.
I mean, speaking of, again, soft watches in colorful design, etc., these are going to be available apparently for pre-order on Thursday early for us, and they list right around 1080, so more or less $1,000. And they are the pet project of Japanese watchmaker, elite watchmaker, Hajime Asaoka. But of course, this is his mass production kind of model, even if they come limited production, limited editions, etc. And they just have the Miyota 90S5 movement. So, Professor, people were clamoring for your appearance,
Good to see
to
you.
see your blessed face.
Konnichiwa.
Yeah,
Konnichiwa.
Professor, these watches are too small for you, I think, because
No, this is for no. This is if I change my if I become a woman, I'll wear it.
well, I mean, I think after you said this, you have finally decided it for me. I am getting one. Yeah, guys, this is a channel for all of you who are waiting to get get in touch with your feminine side. Um, I'll lead the way and I'll get one of these watches. I remember the other day I pulled out my wallet, and this is one of my luxury items. Like, it's a Goyard wallet, and this older lady who was chatting me up in the line said, "Oh, all these women have those bags these days." And I said, "Well, yeah, I mean, I got this to treat my feminine side.
Hmm.
I don't know what you thought of that comment.
Well, one of the aspects of these are all coming on leather, and I find that
Yes.
You kind of want it to be smaller if it's going exclusively on leather, because on tiny wrists like me, if I put a leather strap on something, it's just like you don't get to see any of the leather strap after when I do a wrist shot, because it's not literally coming over the flat of my wrist. So
Yeah. Same here.
Yeah,
Same
it would. This works better for me because I've got a small wrist, but yeah, sure, 34 millimeters on the small side, generally speaking. But for leather, and you got these nice leather straps, I would say there's an advantage there to having the smaller watch.
I think, honestly, I do think they're beautiful, and I've always liked the 34 millimeter Rolexes, but they have already crept up on price that it's not a watch that you would simply buy to play around, right? Like a
These would be the
5500.
perfect summer watch.
Speaking of which, did you hear the story, Ozzy?
Of what?
He basically wore it once, and after
Oh,
he
yeah,
sobered up, he sold it to someone else.
Yeah, he sold it already to someone in the
What's that?
community, so the story couldn't be hidden.
Right.
I don't know.
I mean,
This is like esoteric discussions.
yeah,
What's going on here?
unfortunately, it's it would be a long story, but basically we were making fun of this idea that the Breitling Super Ocean, the new one, around $5,000 with an ETA movement in it, was supposed to be the perfect summer watch, and Ozzy and I, to say the least, disagreed with that notion. So, and apparently, the perfect summer watch didn't even make it to the end of the summer because the person to whom it was pushed this way decided to sell it July 15th.
No.
Yeah. I received a little bit of hate. Like I implied that someone encouraged this person to buy the super soft Super Ocean because they were out of town and they took them to their AD. They got drinks and then didn't discourage him from buying the super soft Super Ocean. And any referral is good if you're trying to get hot Rolexes. And then, I was told by someone that I trust, look, we didn't tell him to get it or anything like that. And I don't think any drinks were involved. And he just liked the watch. He just liked the watch. As simple as that. He just liked the watch. And this could still be true. But I really want to know, how do you go from liking the watch to selling it for a loss like a week later? I don't know. You're selling it for a huge loss because the person who bought it said they were very happy with the deal and encouraged OC to take more people out on, rounds at the AD with drinks.
That's amazing. Jared, good afternoon to you too. Thank you for being here, man. Yeah. I mean, look, yeah, I guess not enough again. Didn't like that summer watch enough to keep it until the end of the summer. That's I'm going with that. But super soft Super Ocean is a nice way to put it as well. I like that phrase. I'll use that too. And of course, guys, any of you who has been involved in that deal is more than welcome on this platform to provide your kickback. I mean, feedback on the situation.
Yeah.
Please feel free to jump
and I'm
in.
not offering it as a truth. I wasn't there. I have no idea, right? I'm just offering a hypothetical that's funny.
And I love that we came to talk about this because Diego has just come back and resubscribe to the channel. So he might just unsubscribe again to throw a fit. But Diego, come back. We weren't holding you responsible anyways. But yeah, that's a nice. Yeah, no, St. Peter. I'm dissing it because of the 5K price tag, not the ETA movement.
Yeah, and I actually think in videos, so in real life, it's a very flashy watch. It's hard to get that level of aesthetic appeal for much less. But there aren't many ETA driven watches that are more expensive apart from Hublot, right?
Well, I mean, they're also Powermatic 80, right? Powermatic 80 is basically an improved version of ETA 2824-2. So if there are more expensive ETA watches, there are also ETA watches with the same movement but better for less than $1,000 as well. So I mean, you're talking about aesthetic appeal. The aesthetic doesn't appeal to me. So it is what it is. Just like Doxa we were looking at the beginning of the show, it's I love the appeal of that. But in carbon fiber, you're pushing 4K. Now we're having a different kind of discussion, right? It's just a segment with, hard to justify for a simple workhorse ETA movement for me. Just
I mean, maybe a comparison I can throw out is like a Tudor Pelagos. Now, you don't have to like the look, whatever. I mean, that's a design thing. You can like the Breitling, that's fine. You're talking about a case and bracelet done in steel with a superior clasp. Like everyone's raving about the new clasp system on the Breitling. It would not be as good as the Pelagos. And then the Pelagos is then also coming with an in-house movement, 500 meters of depth, helium escape valve, a true diver, and that's at 4,400 or something like that. This thing's another $1,000 on top, right? And it's just got none of those elements.
Speaking of another $1,000 on top, they also have the Super Ocean Heritage 2 that has, and the Pelagos, right? That has the same movement as the Pelagos in their own lineup, where you can get something, again, something that's a little more in lines with the classic dive watch. I don't know. I didn't like the aesthetic to begin with. Like the Minute Hand to me just looks stupid. Whatever you call it, mace, whatever. It just doesn't make sense to me.
What the main thing that really works for me is the sort of the outer and then inner bezel track, like the depth of it all. So they're not just two elements, a bezel and then the dial. You've got this 3 levels of look to it, and I thought it looks nice. It looks nice from full body shot, glimmering, and it's an aesthetically appealing watch to me, but it's just not good value. I think $1,000 less, and like if you can buy it off someone who bought it while they were drunk, then then maybe you get your $1,000 less. Perfect summer watch.
yeah. Oh my god, yeah. Listen, I mean, I don't have much to say. I would honestly, I understand, it's if you like the aesthetic, that's actually what I really hate about the aesthetic, that graduated look between the Rijo and the level of the
what would you call it? It's like super extended Rijo.
Yeah, something like that. But yeah, I mean, for me, if there's a Breitling diver to get, it's something from the Heritage line, honestly. But it is what it is. How are things over there, Professor? I was guessing you were professing and quite busy these days.
Yes, indeed. I completed a conference which was organized at my university. I can show you a picture. This isn't.
Hopefully, it won't dox anyone else, just you.
It shows where I am, kind of.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
I've not been to a conference where they tried to do that.
No, it's an annual
no,
conference.
actually, maybe 20 years ago.
It's an annual conference. This is the background of this. I can show you. It's.
Is this all the attendees or just presenters?
Yeah, it's all the the presenters.
Just the presenters. Okay.
And this is in King's College, Cambridge.
Cool.
It's not my own college. I am actually next to it. This is the most well-endowed college. So I just I was fixing my stuff, and yes, actually talking about women. There was a presentation. I was asked to comment on the presentation by the dean of a university. Guys, are you there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Because I didn't see.
Oh no, because you were showing something.
Okay. And so it's funny you talked about watches, the Japanese female watch, and I heard so many nice things that this president of the university was saying. She's obviously from another country, and she talked about her country. And so at the end, when I was asked to go on stage and give my remarks on the presentation, I said, after all the great things that I heard, I really want to be a woman now. And the entire audience cracked and they were laughing and they couldn't believe they heard me saying this. Professor saying he wants to be a woman. But you know, in the UK, you can be anything you want because now everybody's, changing whatever they want.
Yeah.
So
I was thinking about the phrase the other day. I identify as, insert blank. But just the actual phrase already literally tells you that they're claiming to be something they are literally not. And I'm not getting the politics of that, but literally the phrase of "I identify as" clearly indicates a level of indirection.
I mean, beyond that, I guess, like any philosophy 101 or really any humanities course would teach you that that identity is a process and it's minimally dialectical, intersubjective, you might say, interpersonal, whatever qualifier you use. It's not upon a single person, let's put it like that. Again, without taking any position on the matter, identity is a complex process that cannot be settled just by a declaration. I identify as.
Right. Yeah. Like I'd worry if my Breitling dealer said, well, this movement I identify as being in-house.
They do that actually, because they have their own names for
exactly. I identify this as a Breitling movement.
St. Peter was asking about the green Polaris. I actually had a chance to check it out in person on a couple of different occasions. There's a little short on the channel where Alex is actually wristwatchholic is taking a look at it. He's serving as the hand model. I like the Polaris, but Polaris for me is the kind of watch that gets better as complicated as it gets and the busier the dial gets. I'm not actually as taken by by the design of the dial as some others are. So for me, the green is a miss, because I'm not quite convinced of the status of green as a hype color to begin with, except for my fondness of Rolex green watches, but that's another thing. I like the Polaris
that's looking really, like that dial on that really is very cool. I mean, I'd say that's better than the Hulk style in terms of its subtlety and playfulness. It's very cool.
All right. Well, I like the Polaris chronograph. I like the Polaris chronograph world time. I like the Polaris perpetual calendar. The date ones don't do it for me, whether they are black, blue, or the automatic ones for that matter. The ones that don't have the date, black, green, or blue, it just doesn't do for me. But I mean, I think.
Are you gonna give this the zonk for having skeletonization where no complication on the dial exists?
No, but the thing is, look, some people are into that dial, so it exhibits that dial that you liked, so it does serve some sort of function, albeit aesthetic. So there's some justification.
This is a good substitute. Come on, this is a good substitute. This also has a green dial and some skeletonized hands. Come on, it's not bad. It's not bad. Wow, webcam's really playing up today. Let me just do a full cover before I. There we go. Maybe not quite.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Yeah,
I know Lord hates the skeleton in his hands.
I know Aussie is just finding an occasion to stick the outfit into the discussion. But yeah, look, I mean, I actually love the Polaris. If you, of course, you can always ask, why don't you put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough. But I might just do that a couple of years down the line when that Polaris perpetual calendar drops into the secondary market, and then you can see me pick something like that up. But yeah, I do like the Polaris. For me, my sub just does it because I like something that is black, simple, nothing on the dial, just 2 lines of writing, done.
You know, I predict, Professor, that your black GMT will become a hype watch in the next few years. All the watches that are black and lacking color will be the ones that are most sought after.
Yes. Well, what can I say to that? They can all go and drown. The reason for that is that this business of hype has to. I don't know. They're playing a lot with people, using scarcity as an excuse. And the reason why I'm saying this, of course, I did my usual mystery shopping, and Watches of Switzerland has come up with a new policy, guys. I know this is not to the liking of this. I apologize to this. I just want to say this for the benefit of everyone. But this is the latest thing they said. So they called up my friend because he went and saw them, met them, and said, "Hey, when will I get these? You know, the timeline when I get any of these watches, anything, so I can organize my finances and all that." Then they told him, "Of course not. You know, we cannot tell you because we have no clue of the timing." You know, which is the biggest bullshit. But anyway, then they went and told him, "Oh, by the way, have you bought a watch from us?" And he said, "Yes, I did." Well, you now have to wait for a year since your last purchase to get your next purchase. I mean, and the reason for that, they say, is that they want to distribute watches now to the new watch buying community, not the older buying community,
Mhm.
meaning not age, but purchase wise, which I find to be, another gimmick to create this scarcity idea, because I think now they're toying with the idea of scarcity, and as you remember, Ozzy, I don't know if you were, I'm sure you heard me saying that they have this new policy where you cannot get the same watch model in different varieties. So you cannot get a no date sub and a green sub. You can only get one sub you can choose. And the other thing they said is that if you want to get on the waiting list as a new buyer, well, that's another odd thing, is that you cannot get on a list for the professional watches, so you need to wait. So had you chosen your one watch, you wouldn't be able to get it. And then the other thing, within this line, you can get on the queue for any of the Datejust. Of course, the two-tone professional models you can get, so not the steel ones, which is another kind of rip-off thing. And then finally, I told
I
Lord,
like that.
yeah, it's the rip-off models. It's, the higher you go, the crazy, the loss becomes wider. I tell people, if you think you're buying gold, just go and buy the, the little bars with 5 ounces
Kina
worth of
bars.
gold. That's as much as gold you're going to get, but probably even more. And just wear it if you want. You can get something around your neck and wear it. I mean, they might, but it's not expensive.
Mm-hmm.
Value for money. Anyway.
The prof. You see, you have developed a fan base by now.
We are a team. So listen to this. So they said, okay, you can get an Air King. Oh, get an Air King, which is the leftover watch. You have some leftover parts. You get the Air King. Okay. Then you can get the Sky Dweller.
Is that why they switched to the new case, so they can use leftover cases like they used to do with Tudor in the past?
I
They
told
produced
the
too many
Milk House-
Submariners, yeah.
And then they said the Sky Dweller. I said, the Sky Dweller? They said, the Sky Dweller, Professor. I said, oh my God, which one? The white one. You can get that, my friend said. The Sky Dweller
Pontiff,
white one.
The Pontiff signature model.
The Pontiff signature model. And then none of the others.
What do you think of the white Sky Dweller, just while we're there?
Okay, look, if you have the Explorer 2 white, it's similar. I mean, look, I like white watches. I'm the wrong guy to be asking this.
I wonder who has the Polar Explorer 2 and a white dial Sky Dweller in their collection. Someone, it's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't quite.
For sure, not me. So, and then I said, what about the Deep Sea? They said, no, Deep Sea, you cannot get the James Cameron, only the black one. Okay, I said, fine. How about the Sea Dweller? They said, okay, the Sea Dweller, we can do something about it. I said, okay. So from all these watches, you can get on the queue for these particular watches. And then, of course, the Datejust and the two-tone, you can get, what is it, the root beer or whiskey beer, whatever beer, model, and then the bluesy, moosey, snoozy, and then, of course, the full gold models, except the platinum, or as my friend says, the platinum. The platinum, what is it? Daytona. Because the platinum Daytona, you need to have authorization from the Grand Master of all masters, which is the CEO. This is completely ridiculous, guys. This country is going in a recession. 40% of the population.
It's true. Did you hear about me, Professor?
No. What happened?
I'm cut off.
What do you mean?
I talked to my AD last week, and they said, "No, sorry, not for another year and a half.
Years.
I can't get any GMT or Daytona for another year and a half. I'm like,
GMT or Daytona.
Okay.
But which GMT were you looking for, out of curiosity?
I really don't need anything at this point.
You don't need Ozzy. You don't need anything. I tell you have excellent. You just need to wear them.
But El Profesor, the funny thing is, okay, that's the rational way of saying you don't need any more watches. For sure, he knows that too, anyways. But the idea is, except for the Hulk, he has basically half a dozen Rolex watches and some Tudors that he got basically from the same dealer, more or less.
Yeah. It's all from the same AD.
So, like,
I remember the story.
For him to be cut off.
Yeah, I literally already have a Daytona from them.
You do, the white one. Yeah.
And a GMT. And the rule that's there isn't because I got one already. It's because they don't want to sell those anymore to people who haven't had more than a few years of purchase history. So it's a long customer longevity issue for me, not anything else. Nothing I've done or haven't done or gotten or haven't gotten. It's just they just have. You haven't had this much history, and we're not talking about price. I mean, clearly they've already given me a GMT and a Daytona, but it's like, you know what? Now, to curb the flippers, now that all the flippers can't get any money for these watches, we're going to cut you off.
Yeah,
I'm not angry. I don't need any. This is luxury problems.
Yeah.
Luxury watches is not really a problem, but it is just funny. But I think that this is all to placate Rolex. I think the Rolex must have said something. We want to see concrete rules you've put in place to be able to curb the flippers.
Mm-hmm.
And I think some people will applaud that. But, ultimately, I think this will last exactly 2 months.
Exactly. Exactly. I believe so, because I think more than 50% of the ADs are giving watches to people who flip them, and they have a clientele, and the new clientele is not coming in. There is no traffic flow in these places because people are, very concerned about the state of the economy and all that. And also they're not stupid. Why should you push me to buy the two-tone? I mean, why should I pay, what is it, in pounds? It's like 12,000 for this whiskey beer, whatever they call it, the root beer thing, 12,000 pounds. Whereas the GMT is 8.
Professor, I mean, there's a temporary thing happening right now, and that is, if you look at the large grey dealers, their prices are still high, but we know what's happening. I did see a Reddit post the other day where someone had entered an AD and they bought a bluesy, and they posted on the social media, they posted on Reddit saying, "Yay, I can't believe it. I got a Submariner. I beat other people who are like waiting many years on the waiting list." And people were like, it's a lovely watch, but you probably didn't beat anyone on the reason you got it was because there is no waiting list for this watch.
Yeah.
So there's a discrepancy right now where even the watch punter may not have realized what's actually happening. They may have heard some inklings about prices going down. They look at a grey deal and it's like, oh, your price went down a little bit. And then they're still in the market effectively and willing to get sold. Now, no problem buying a bluesy. Lovely watch. It's just he also made the assertion of that he beat, X number of countless people on a wait list and so forth. So that's if that was part of the value that he thought he was getting, that it was still a very exclusive watch, then, his bubble has burst, right? It's not a very good thing to want, to, but I won't.
No, it's for it's for the enthusiasts. It's people like us, people who were discouraged. I mean, guys, I haven't bought a watch since 2011.
Mm-hmm.
After all these crazy things happening, I wouldn't participate in all this. But now things are changing. Will I still buy a watch, given what's happening out here? Well, I don't know. But I would never pay. My other
Professor,
friend, yeah.
tell me when you buy a watch next, because I'm just gonna buy tons of stock when that happens. When Professor buys a watch, that's the bottom of the market, guys. You picked it. You picked it.
No, you're very kind. Well, the first thing I'll do, I will always buy retail, right?
Yeah.
Lord is laughing. Yeah. Well, first I'll buy retail. Secondly, a friend of mine from the Middle East told me, and this is the crazy, or this is telling of what's happening. He said to me, "You can get, Prof. I'll get you a blue GMT for $12,000." I said, "Well, you told me a few months ago you'll get it for 15, so now it's 12. So things are coming down. I mean, that thing could come down by another $1,000. As my regional AD told me, hey, listen, Mr. Whiskey Beer, it's gonna come down. We're gonna go back to the old system, Yeah, that's right, Lord. Whiskey, beer, and
I like this new nickname because at the end of the day, the original root beer was named for the dial, which kind of looked like the root beer candies, when you suck on them a little bit, that kind of translucent brown color they get.
I don't know what a root beer candy is. I mean, you're taking an American drink and then supposing we've had the candy before. I don't know what you're talking
Candy,
about.
as you know, with everything else in the American world of flavor, the candy has little to do with the actual drink or flavor than the name. But let me give you the drum, as Archie used to say. let's see.
These are cute. They look like little barrels. These are cute.
Yep. This is it. That's the root beer candy. So the new root beer doesn't deserve the name because it doesn't have this dial that looks like this.
I don't understand why it doesn't have a dial. Like the Bluesy has the blue dial, and the root beer, why does it have a black dial? It probably looks nicer for it. It's probably more popular for it. Right?
Yeah, I think that's it.
Correct.
I think
more
that's
correct
it.
than Rolex.
The marketing department, I think, quickly realized, okay, there is a new resurgence for two-tone watches. We should bring out the two-tone GMT Master again, but they also realized that adding a chocolate brown dial like they did in the Yacht-Master. In the Yacht-Master, at least they have the option, right? In the two-tone, you can get it either in the black dial or the chocolate brown. So they probably realized the chocolate brown didn't really sell in that one. So when they brought out the GMT Master 2, they just went with black dials, so to make sure that it's not just a niche product, which Bluesy in a way is. As iconic as it is, that's a very niche watch compared to the so-called Bumblebee, that just has the black dial. That's just the two-tone Submariner.
That's the most, I think, one of the most beautiful watches, the Bluesy. It's a very nice watch.
Yeah.
Although two-tone, I call it the rip-off watch. This one is a good rip-off. It's a pleasant rip-off. You get ripped slowly, gradually. You buy it and you say, okay, what did I do? But it's a nice one.
Well, I appreciate from the perspective that getting a colorful watch from Rolex is hard to do, generally speaking. Like the green one became very hard, and anything with color within Rolex, it's sort of like the more color, the more expensive it gets. That you get a lot of color. Probably Rolex's most color saturated watch in the bluesy, and it actually is not super hard to get.
Yeah. The other thing I wanted to share with everybody is I was, as my place was being fixed here because it had a gas leak, and I was staying at another place. I realized at the place where I was eating at the hotel, a lot of people, guys, were wearing Tudors. I was looking at people's watches, and there were a lot of people wearing them. I was sitting there saying, okay, what's going on here? A lot of young people, well, young in their 30s, were wearing Tudors. Very nice pieces. I mean, black bays, and nobody was wearing a Pelagos. I know people from their watches, so if I see somebody, I know him from his watch. Don't ask me why, but I've been doing this for 30 years. And there was one guy who had a Patek Philippe, and I said to him, "Oh, okay, what are you a billionaire or you're flying your own jet?" Because there were two pilots that came in with a private jet in that hotel, and he said to me, "How do you know about my watch?" I said, "Well, I know about watches." So we had a conversation. That was a good opener. He happened to be a Silicon Valley guy, so I assume that he's at least $500 million worth. But he said to me, yeah, it was a gift and all that. But the point is that I really saw a lot of Tudors. It was very nice to see it. I mean, from afar, it's a very aesthetically pleasant watch. It's a very nice watch.
Except for the Pelagos, you said.
No, the Pelagos, I didn't see it. Actually, there is a prime minister of a country wearing this Pelagos. Prime minister of a country in the EU.
Okay, you have to give me that because I have an entire Instagram page dedicated to watch spotting. So let me hear it.
Okay. Please. So I'll tell you, he has gone to Tudor and bought 5 of them, 5 Tudors, because I know the agent very well. He went and bought 5 of them, and he only wears Tudors.
Could you ever get in trouble for wearing a Tudor? Like the stories of like you're showing too much or something like that. You know what I mean? Like people get in trouble for wearing like a day date. You could never get in trouble for wearing a Tudor.
So Fat says, I would love to have a drink with the prof, and 300
we all
drinks on me. And these, Fats is in Scotland, and I think 3H is in the UK as well. So
we all get together. I think you're right, Ozzy. You can't get in trouble. In times like these, it's a very pleasant watch to wear and to walk around, and you don't have any attention on yourself. People don't know what it is. Most people don't know, right? Mm-hmm. And you really, in times like these, people want to be subtle. No, I don't think you get in trouble.
Well, the thing is,
I think. Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Ozzy.
I think almost all of Tudor's lineup is like that. Like it's really well geared for the coming years that are likely to be, headlined with the word austerity. Right? It's the Black Bay 58 or even a regular Black Bay, the Black Bay GMT. These are the Pro, the Ranger. They're all relatively except for maybe the GMT. I mean, that's still a Pepsi, but a lot of their lineup looks somber, and the brand is not in any way associated with posing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I was just gonna give you your flowers, Ozzy, because the way you put it actually is quite brilliant when you said, you won't get into trouble for wearing Tudor, because the only way, not the only way, but mostly people who would notice that you're wearing a Tudor would probably come to give you kudos or props, right? So it would
Yeah.
be a conversation starter because it's someone who knows how to recognize one, like El Profesor does, for example, right?
Hmm.
So you only get 90% of the time, let's say, because you never know in this crazy world, the positive kind of attention, the right kind of attention. I like Tudor for sure.
Hmm. I don't think I could hate someone if they're wearing a Tudor. I hate a lot of people who are wearing Rolex, Patek. I'm sort of like, could I hate this person for it? but not a
Yeah,
Tudor.
you're right. Omega, you can't hate somebody with an Omega, and you could see
Yeah,
a
it
few
depends.
Omegas.
If they've got like the Snoopy or the No Time to Die, I'm like, oh. A little
Difficult
bit of
to see.
jealousy flares up.
Yeah, but not. There was one guy I saw. Oh, he was walking around. Yes, he was wearing the Platinum Daytona.
Platinum.
Oh, wow.
Platinum. He was. I could see it from far away. I said, "Uh-oh, this guy wants trouble here. After 7 o'clock, he shouldn't be walking."
GB4 says hate in quotation marks. I'm serious. Like, I will not deny my feelings. When my first reaction whenever I see someone with a Panda Daytona is like, how the fuck did they get that? Who is this person?
Oh, this guy was.
I want to know everything about them. And
this guy was wearing a 300,000 Platinum watch.
Platinum Daytona. I don't get. I don't get that feeling for it. To me, that just means you've got a lot of money.
Yeah,
but because people can stumble into Panda Daytonas in so many different ways. It's kind of interesting. Like, there's one guy, Buon Cristiano. I don't even know what he does, but I watched like 20 of his videos because I spotted in one video he was wearing the black Daytona. I'm like, what the hell am I seeing here? I had to figure out who he was and what he's doing, and basically he's a professional photographer, and I'm like, he must just really love the watch because it's the only watch that he wears. So I'm like, you know what, you're cool, that's fine, you just love that watch, that's cool, you can love that watch. But I had to endure 2 hours of his videos to figure that out.
Yeah. No, if you wear the watch all the time.
Oh, Professor, did you want to see my spreadsheet?
Yes, please.
I think you probably missed out on it earlier.
Lord, I told you the Prime Minister's name. I mean,
yes, sir.
Who he is. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna repeat it, but I guess it had to be kept secret, so I'm not gonna.
Well, that's it. I don't know. We can say it.
Yeah, so Mitsotakis. Right?
Yeah. Mitsotakis Souvlaki.
Yeah, Ploprof is cool, guys. If it's cool enough for Gianni Agnelli to wear it on his yacht, it's cool enough for you.
Yeah.
Did you bring it up again, Ozzy? Or you had to jump off for it?
I don't know if you can even hear me anymore.
Yeah, we can. Now we can.
Uh-huh. Oh. What's going on here?
This is his daily wearer Excel file spreadsheet.
My God, this is you are the real professor. What is going on here? You're becoming a nerd, Ozzy.
Becoming?
You are. I mean, I didn't
This guy is a certified nerd.
Right. What is going on here? Okay.
Now we can't hear you, Ozzy, if you're trying to speak, but you're muted
Yeah.
anyway. Yeah.
I've got a spreadsheet like this on everything in my life. Like every single one of my guns, I keep track of how many rounds have been fired through them.
Nice.
Yeah.
I have one on my wife. Value,
Okay.
used days, unused days. Yeah, this is very, very effective. And then you decide when to divorce.
I do not endorse this message, by the way. So, but...
You know, I had a colleague of mine who said to me the other day at the end of this conference, he said to me, Professor, well, he's an old friend, you know, I've known him for 25 years. He said to me, you know, I'm much older than you are and I'm about to retire, but, you know, do you have a problem in life? I said, why do you say that, Jeffrey? He said, well, you know, you have very beautiful students. Aren't you attracted by them? I said, well, it's often the case, but, you know, you cannot do anything about it. He said, well, we have a lot of colleagues who end up marrying their students. And he said, I do understand now the predicament we're in, because, you know, we do have a lot of knowledge and we do get into this situation where people are humans. So I said, well, what can you do? You need to have your priorities, but probably midlife crisis, you know, I'll divorce my used wife and I'll marry an unused one.
Guys,
Based on
enjoy
your
this
Excel.
while it lasts, because
That'll cost a little bit of money, right?
This video is going unlisted after we are done. So enjoy it while it lasts.
Okay.
Fats says, where'd you find the prof? LOL. 3H says, he's 1 in a million. Spreadsheets don't hit back.
Okay. This is very nice. So which is the most value for money watch?
Oh, going back to
collection.
Yeah, yes. You can show my screen. Keep.
Oh, you're just going to change it back to that.
Yeah. What is this now?
So this is the relationships in the Archiverse, I think.
Oh my God! Who did this? You did this?
Yeah. This is Oz's work.
You guys did this? This is like, what's going on?
No, this is just Oz.
Sorry, my USB controller keeps dropping out. I don't know what's happening, but yeah. So this is all of the streams and all of the people who've appeared on which stream in the Archiverse.
What is going on here?
Yeah. Where's the professor? He's going to be connected to Lord. There we go.
Lord. Huh? Oh my goodness.
Oh my Lord.
I'm on the extreme left, so that's typical.
Well, I mean, you can be over here too if you want.
You changed it. I was like a leftist professor. Now I became a rightist professor. Okay.
I'll put this here, and then maybe you'll get more kudos from your university relationships. So yeah, it's. Do you like this kind of thing? The sort of graph
nice.
Networks.
Oh.
Ultimately, it doesn't really tell me that much. I mean, you can appear on someone's stream, and it doesn't really mean anything.
Where is the core for Archie? Let's say, where is the real core?
Yeah, so this is Archie with a significant amount of overlap with Tim, obviously. So you can see that there's quite a lot, but there's quite a few that are exclusive to Archie. But I think what's interesting is this little trick here. So if I remove Archie from the Archieverse, how many orphans do we create? And there's a few, but it doesn't completely disintegrate. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know what else to do with this. Meech goes onto Tim's channel all the time, as far as I can tell. Lux Report's been floating around. That's cool.
Right.
Who's
He
the
comes
most
to
connected?
he comes to all channels except for mine.
One of the most connected is it should be around here somewhere. I need to click on someone that isn't quite as well connected. There's someone who doesn't run a stream. Rancher. Look at that. He doesn't run a stream, but he's got more connections than
Does Bill Sanders occupy a place?
Bill Sanders.
Yeah, watch Art Sci, because Rancher is on his stream /chat all the time because he doesn't have any guests. He just talks himself. Professor Sanders.
Okay.
Professor Emeritus, I should say.
Yeah. I'm not familiar with that stream, so there's some missing data here.
Hey, Mr. Foss, welcome to the channel, by the way, joining us from Norway.
No, Norway, beautiful country.
Mm.
And
that they
you
have
were asking,
natural
Professor, about the watch use, which one's like the best value?
Yes. Let's go back to this one.
Yeah. So these are all the key stats up here. So raw data down here, key stats here. So I do wear non-luxury watches 24 days of the year so far, about 10% of the time. But of the luxury watches, these are the days used. Daytona worn the most, Pelagos worn the least. But in terms of value, Daytona's the worst and Pelagos is the best. So yeah, it's and these are heat maps, so it's color coded.
You do wear your Daytona. That's nice. I was going to tell you the other day, when you showed the box with the watches. Enjoy your watches.
Yeah,
wear
absolutely.
them, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a balance in that. Like the Daytona's worn the most, even though it's not actually the most cost efficient. And the Pelagos has a low number, but if you look at cost efficiency, it's like, it doesn't really warrant having a much higher number than that. I used to look at this a lot to decide what I want to wear, but lately I've just been like the Explorer 2. I just got that.
And then you should have a category where it's kind of which one you feel most happy, right?
Right. Well, right now it's the sub, just the black sub that's been racking up.
Oh, the black sub. Okay.
Yeah.
The one
you see
that
here, I've been wearing it a lot.
Wow, this is amazing.
Well, I've also got 2021, but I didn't do the stats at the top. I got similar stats, but they're not. There's issues with how I did these stats down here. I found like really huge problems. I'm not even sure why. I think some of the lookups I was using, these numbers aren't necessarily accurate. But the sub was number 1 last year, followed by the Explorer. I had the Daytona just after Christmas last year, so you can forgive the 3 days of use.
Yeah, Fats, just so you know, the professor must be protected at all costs. He's here to stay. Well, as long as he wants to come.
Yes, thank you.
That's
please. I sincerely enjoy, love. We should all get together at some point. We should have a conference instead of doing these useless conferences where women cry. I had a student yesterday who started crying, saying, I will miss you, Professor. I said, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just down the road, I just have to go and see my family. And, I'm very. I said, okay, we have trouble again. My wife will think I have a relationship again. I don't.
Fries, welcome back, and I'm glad you're enjoying your home country, Brussels. At least. I don't know if you are from Brussels, but I know you work in Geneva, and you are from Belgium. But enjoy your lovely breakfast, man.
He commutes every day from Belgium to Geneva?
No. He has
No.
a job in Geneva for which he has relocated, but maybe
Oh.
he's on a little break now in Brussels.
Oh, okay. Wonderful. Oh, Brussels has wonderful restaurants. I would,
And
of
he's
course,
today
prefer Brussels to Geneva.
he's today wearing a Seamaster 300 from 1963.
Oh, magnificent.
And Full On John says, I want a BB-58 black on a Vanguard rubber.
I came close to buying the Vanguard strap for my BB-58. I'm really not sold on it from pictures, but it could still work, and it's not a hugely expensive strap. So I really wanted to try it out, but it was because Professor, there's no way you know, but basically I decided yesterday to move to Austin next year, to Texas. Sorry, not
again,
next year, next month. I'm moving next month.
Yeah, that's why you have all these things behind you. You're packing, or
this is just rampant consumerism. This is not.
That's just Aussie being Aussie.
And I basically need to put my entire watch collection in a safety deposit box for the next 3 months, because I don't want to have them lying about as I try and ship everything to Texas and get into a new house. And the first few days in a new house is like super high probability of robbery, basically. So don't anyone try it. I have my friend who is a master level IDPA shooter, and I'm not too bad myself, and we'll both have some serious guns if you try rob my place in Texas. So don't even try it.
Okay, we're not coming.
So this actually has the Vanguard rubber for his BB-58, and it does look great on his wrist. He posts some wrist shots to our Discord, and feel free to share the link for that, Aussie, as well. And the chart is, in fact, yes, a chart that shows cost per day, days worn for Aussie's watch collection. And Fats has great advice for everyone, but this is something that I live by, basically. The problem is in this watch space, everyone is interested in what the other is doing. Just be yourself, and people will come, and the numbers will attest to this. Aussie, El Profesor, of course, much thanks to you as well. We have 35 people watching us right now. Mike David, welcome back, man. It's nice to see you. Bruce G says BB-58 indeed looks terrific on that rubber. And Full On John approves of this's decision. And NATO says, thanks for the gift today, Fatty. You're a legend. Thanks for being here, NATO. Guys, don't forget to upvote and subscribe if you haven't. This channel is here. This platform is yours every day here for Watch Talk and Watch Talk only. So subscribe if you haven't, and support the channel in any way you're able. Jump on this. We have 20 more minutes. Join us. Oh, that's great, Magic. I have my eyes on a Black Bay bronze recently, and it's a burning desire. I might end up with one eventually.
Ozzy, I wanted to ask you if somebody wants to reach out to your authorized dealer for a watch, like myself, can I just say hello? I want a watch, or I'm a friend of Ozzy, and or they'll say no, well, you're a friend.
They don't know me by Ozzy, but
no, I know.
I know.
Probably if I say Ozzy, they'll say
I don't think it would help.
Get the hell out.
Yeah, I don't think it would help. Honestly, I don't have that much
doesn't
sway.
Help. Hello, I'm the friend, good friend. I shoot with Ozzy. We go to.
It would be great if it did, but the reality is that you should be very careful with a reference. You should be very, very careful. like that they see someone like, so I think from an SA's perspective, when they get a reference, they get a leg up with that person, as in that person thinks whatever they're doing is actually in their favor because they were referred, but in reality they may be treating them worse than a new customer.
Really? Oh, okay.
As in they have the opportunity to. They say, hey, you can trust me. Why don't you buy this Cartier Soft Santos, and I'll make sure you can get the Starbucks.
But get the garbage first, and then you get the goodies.
Exactly. So there's a level of trust there that they get that's unearned, and they're not gonna, like, even if they burn that referral, the person who referred them is like, hey, that was my friend, but you know what, I still like Rolex, so it's not going to hurt the relationship at all ultimately. So I mean, that's what happened to my friend in Seattle, where he has a friend who just gets this never-ending stream of steel sports Rolex, and he referred my friend. And it's like, don't worry, she'll hook you up and stuff like that. So he bought the watch that he wanted to buy anyway for his dad. So it's still ultimately a good purchase, but it's a purchase that could have been made at a trustworthy AD that would have lived up to what they said. And eventually they said, so stop coming into the store. We're not going to do anything for you. Other people spend way more money than you, and just go away. It's like, okay, fair enough. The referral was shit, basically.
Good morning, Shamba Basher. Yeah, sorry about that. I think you told this story specifically, right? You know, because he was offered a watch that he absolutely didn't want and didn't ask for, and the authorized dealer / sales associate actually flipped, right?
Yeah, just blew a lid because he wouldn't buy yet another Santos. It was like, yeah, well, I bought the really expensive watch to get the Starbucks, and that would have been a fantastic deal. That's why he did it. But he also had a misplaced level of trust with that SA, even though he'd only met her twice, and she took advantage, basically. But the pea shooter, like, come on, man! I got a shorty AK. That's what we use over here for home defense.
I mean, you can certainly carry that over to Texas. That's for sure.
I do like that fact. Yes. Yeah. Well, the shorty AK, actually, that's an interesting one, because I'm going out at night, going to an ATM in the middle of the night, which is what my wife basically got us to do the first month that we were here in Vegas. She's like, oh, we got to pay the gardener tomorrow in cash in the morning, like 6 a.m. and we don't have any cash. We've got to go to the ATM in the middle of the night. I'm like, I don't have my concealed carry permit yet, and you asked me to go get cash in the middle of the night in Vegas on Saturday. I'm like, I don't know about this. I quickly looked up the laws, like, you're allowed to have rifles in cars here. Okay. This is yours. Let's go to the ATM.
I think also you need to put also a category on your Excel.
Okay.
Wife is trying to get me to disappear.
Well, he does apparently have have a file for rounds shot with each one of his rifles. So maybe a special section in that.
Yes, for the wife. Thinking how many times I'll do this to my wife, then thinking and practicing.
Mr. Foss, the new Ranger should be easy to get. It's kind of an odd piece. I like it. A lot of people like it. I think it's a piece that you should be able to get. I mean, it's increasingly there are more dedicated Tudor boutiques. There are ADs. You know, the discounts started getting very hard to come by, but if you're willing to pay retail, I'm sure at most you will have to wait a month or two. A lot of people have already got it who really wanted it. So I don't expect that you would wait endlessly for
Yeah,
it.
yeah, no, you wouldn't. You can get, guys, as we keep on saying, wait for a little bit more. All these watches will be hugely available. They won't know what to do with them. They'll end up eating them, you know? And remember the theory of scarcity. It's a common theory for the last 3 centuries in economics. I mean, they want to create a scarcity in the market to make you believe that you're buying something which is not commonly available. I mean, 1 million watches is a lot of watches.
Yeah, I mean, that's Rolex's number.
So, you know, is it, they produce what, 10,000 watches a week. So, yes, if you compare it to the global population of 7+ billion people, that's nothing. But, you know, that's half of the world is in hunger and they are destitute. So, you know, 4 or 5 billion are gone right there.
Oh, I watched a really interesting short journalistic piece on Billionaires Row in New York in Manhattan about a building that had like $160 million units, and
Mr.
each unit,
Mr. 432, is that what it is?
yeah, 432. And what was really interesting was that you dig into it, and the reality is sort of like the unworn Rolex market, where a lot of aspects of its architecture lend itself to being quote unquote an unworn watch, where there's nothing about the apartment at each level, because there's no hallway. So there's no like, oh, in this apartment you got a bad neighbor and X or Y. They're all, each floor is dedicated to a single apartment. And it's sort of, the individual units are not securitized, but in some way they're relatively fungible, and they're trading at such absurd prices that basically nobody lives in them. So it's sort of like the Chinese real estate market. And I see that in a lot of these sorts of sick things that are happening in capitalism, where things are done purely for investment and nobody's actually enjoying what should otherwise be a tangible good delivering enjoyment to someone. And so that's happening with like unworn Rolexes, where people are just trading watches that have never been worn. It's now happening in real estate, where these things are purpose built for no other reason than in exploiting as much of the tax benefits and investment potential without actually delivering any real value to any person. It's wild. Like we need a way of like absolutely bursting the bubble on all those things.
Yeah, it takes a bit of time, Ozzy, for these things, because people have to internalize them, because we're still in this mythical age of thinking that these assets have value, watches included. So I was talking to a guy yesterday. He was actually the IT responsible person for this conference that I showed you, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is an IT guy, right? And he thinks he's a big shot. Anyway, because he controls emails and all that. So I had a lot of problems with my email. But here he comes and says the quite interesting bit. He says, Professor. I go, yes, Mr. IT guy. What watch are you wearing? I said, what the fuck is he talking about? Why is the IT guy asking me about my watch? There is something really wrong here. He says, are you wearing a GMT? I said, huh? I said, how do you know about GMTs? He said, I bought one watch as an investment. I go, what watch did you buy? The Batman. I go, you must fucking be joking with me. How do you know about the Batman? Oh, Professor, I had this wonderful deal, and I bought this watch as an investment. I said, go off and jump from the window, kill yourself. Just go off. What do you know about investments? I said. He said to me, well, watches now are a big investment. And I want to get another one. So when the IT guy sitting there is telling me about Batmans and GMTs, is like when Rockefeller in the 1920s went to shine his shoes and he was told, buy this stock, buy that stock. That's when he understood that it's time for him to sell his stocks because everybody's talking about the same thing. So when the IT guy told me about the Batman, and then he said to me about, I said, and you know, I bought the Batman on an oyster bracelet. I said, I'm going to go and kill myself. If the IT guy, who until now was wearing a Samsung iWatch, and he was telling me about the Samsung electronic watch, about the watches and the phones, and I don't really care about any of this shit. And suddenly he comes up and says, Batman, Batgirl, Jubilee, Oyster. I go, this is crazy.
Can I just quickly intervene, guys? In addition to all the wonderful aspects of El Profesor's performance tonight, what I really enjoyed is the unintentional digs he has been having at Poros.
No, I get it. Like, no, but the IT guy wasn't saying these are good watches. He was saying these are good investments.
Investment,
so
exactly.
It was the investment. Like, why is the IT guy saying it's good investments?
The IT guy, I said, what the fuck is this guy talking about investments? He knows nothing. You know, and he told me it's an investment. You know, he said to me, watches are an investment. And I sat there, and then he told me, what do you think about Patek Philippe? I said, what do you know about John Maynard Keynes? He said, is he a watch collector as well? I said,
I like that. Well, Professor, you go in that world. I used to work in finance, so not economics.
Yes, you did.
But
you're more of a finance guy than anything else. You are a finance guy because your terminology is very much finance oriented. So,
but one person I worked with, she came from more economics background, so that's what she studied formally, and I was talking to her about John Adams. She had no fucking idea what I was talking about. And I was like I was just like, what? How's that? He founded the word itself, economics. So I don't like it's like foundational book on the entire science, basically. So, but is that common that you like? Why is John Adams just completely vanished from existence in people who've literally studied economics?
I mean, you would be surprised at various levels of this. Like I have met, for example, people who call themselves Marxist, and would not know the name Adam Smith, for example, right? You know, as if Karl Marx.
Sorry, Adams. Yeah, sorry, Adam Smith. Sorry, not John Adams. Yeah, Adam Smith.
Okay.
Yeah,
but yeah, so you know, it's an interesting world. It's an interesting world. People sometimes really are so self-enclosed and shut into their particular expertise, quote unquote, that they don't know anything beyond it. And you would be surprised, actually, the professor would be able to talk about this much more knowledgeably. But in academia, you see this at a level which might be more surprising, because you assume that academics are all broad-minded and intellectual and as worldly as El Professor is here. But a lot of them are actually very single-minded and just niche oriented, and they wouldn't know anything about anything else in the world.
Yeah, and just for the audience, like Adam Smith wrote The Wealth of Nations, which is basically where the whole idea of economics started, just the study of what happens with capital and money and what leads to the generation of it and the destruction of it. My hypothesis as to why it's so out of favor is that, he had the whole invisible hand of the market thing, that you can't refer to John Adams' work and then justify your government policy.
John Adams was a U.S. president.
Sorry, Adam Smith.
Yeah.
It's okay. All these guys have names.
It's okay. It's okay. It's all Scottish economists.
James Bond, Adam Smith, John. It's all a blur of boring names.
Platinum, Mr. Platinum, the IT guy. The IT guy was amazing. Yeah. He said to me, "What I think about Patek Philippe," though. So I said, "Okay, now it's the time to be collecting whiskey and root beer, because we have gone beyond the normal." Why these things happen? Look, economics is not really. There are two schools of thought. One is the school of thought that thinks it's a science, hence they do a lot of mathematics. You actually become a mathematician. And there's the school of thought, which is Adam Smith, that is more of a political economy, and it's more kind of behavioral economics and more practical economics. So, economics in the way the US is done, it's very mathematical economics. So, and also these are theoretical economists, meaning that these are the forefathers of economics. So you would read about them in your first year, but from there on you would develop other theories.
I read Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, in a humanities course in college. Not in an economics course. So just goes to explain what the professor is saying.
Yeah.
I loved reading the detail in that book, all the examples of, Scottish Highlands and how much corn would cost and things like that. It was really interesting. I'm gonna grab a drink.
Yes.
I'll be right back.
Yeah. Whiskey.
The
beer.
whiskey beer. The whiskey beer.
Whiskey beer.
Oh man. Yeah, it's funny, El Professor, also that like it's all GMT themed in a way. Like your daily driver is the GMT black, and this guy, we started with the whiskey beer, root beer conversation, and the guy ended up wearing a Batman or investing in a Batman. Yeah, people love you in the audience. By the way, we love you, Prof.
Oh, thank you. And and I told the IT guy, I said to him, "Hey, listen, Mr. IT here, watches, gray market prices are going down." And he looked at me and he said to me, "No, I bought mine. How are they going down?" So it will take a while for the perception people have about watches as an investment to really go down. It takes a while. And it takes a while because people are fixated. We have this cognitive disobedience. What are you drinking?
It's an elderflower drink.
What is that?
What's that?
Geez, there's a French drink that's more famous than this.
Liqueur.
It's a liqueur. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a liqueur. I've got quite a few bottles that are sort of near the end here, and I don't want to have to transport them to Texas, so I have to drink these near empty bottles.
Taking one for the team, just to make the move easier, honestly.
Yeah, just make the move.
Fat says Adam Smith was a Scotsman who has a lot to answer for.
You drink it like this, one go?
No, I'm not going to drink it as a shot. I'm just going to sip it. My nice glasses were used for a dessert earlier tonight, so.
Okay.
It tastes like lychees. There's no lychees in it, but it tastes like lychees.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I think Brits call it lychee. I think that fruit, right?
I'm not. I don't know.
Yeah, Fat says I just don't like to see people suffer. Hey, man, I don't think we can hold Adam Smith responsible for the vagaries of capitalism today. But yeah,
Well, I mean, the last chapter of his book was just like talking about trying to dismantle. We should maintain the empire. I think he was conscientious, perhaps.
no, I mean, look,
You also have to look at the time. Like in the book, it clearly describes like most Scottish Highland women would give birth to like 10 children in their lifetime, and only 2 would survive to adulthood. So you're talking about like when the shortage or surplus of resources meant the difference between life and death, even in those days.
Of course. I mean, you would be lucky if you made it to 40, 45 years of age. I mean, by 50, you're dead, out.
Mm-hmm.
So forget about midlife crisis. And
you get an infection, you're done. You get a little scrape. Good for you.
There we go, by the way. Something that we hear very often. I talked to a Mercedes salesman. I commented on his sub, "Oh, a Cermet." He says, "No, it's a Rolex."
Excellent. There
But
you go.
I actually,
Another...
again, Professor, don't we prefer that kind of person than your friend who bought a Batman just for investment? At least this guy wears it because
At
it's
least
a
this
Rolex.
guy wears it, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do. You do. I mean, buy one watch in times like this, or 2, and then wear it. Wear the damn thing. Just dent it, kill it, destroy it. This is life. I was thinking of getting at some point a deep sea. It's so big. It's like indestructible. If you go to the ATM machine, Ozzy is asked to go to the ATM machine because his wife wants to shoot him. You just go and wear the watch and you throw it at somebody if he attacks you. I think that will be the bullet thrower. Yeah, I think just you need people to wear their watches. Yeah.
I think that's as good of a point as to end. Guys, thank you so much for being here. We have been here for 4.5 hours. We talked about, of course, the new Chrono 34 millimeter watches that are coming out that the professor called a female watch, which I will try to get for that reason specifically. We talked quite a bit about my visit to Lange and their chronographs, and even their minute repeater that was that I had the pleasure of chiming and wearing. The Datograph, of course, the 1815 Rattrapante. It was great, and that's a brand that also takes pride in just showing what they have, even if you might not be an immediate prospect for them as a client. So they were very generous in letting me take those videos to share them with you. So I thank everyone again. And yeah, at the end, Ozzy came back to talk about the cooking watches and his particular way of actually tabulating his collection.
I may never have a Yacht-Master of my own.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it has also the same contours as of the Daytona case, which you really like as well. So that can be another reason
Which Yacht-Master
you
want, Ozzy? You want the Yacht-Master?
I really like the gold one, but that's
the gold
definitely
one. The
not
gold
on the cards.
The Yacht-Master too.
Everrose.
No, the Everrose with the Oysterflex bracelet. My wife's got the 37 mil of that. It's gorgeous.
Which one do you want? 40 or 42?
40. I don't have a wrist that can do. I did try on the 42 the other day. It wasn't really that bad, but 40 is much more ideal. But that'll never happen. I would like the steel with the slate dial, but I don't know. It's a very expensive watch.
The steel with the blue dial.
No, I prefer the slate dial over the blue.
The other one.
Yeah, I like the slate, the rhodium dial.
Rhodium dial. Okay. Why is it an expensive watch? You mean in terms of you get a little bit of fake platinum on the bezel?
Yeah. So it bumps it up to like the price of a Daytona, despite being, a simpler watch. Yeah.
But you will never get a Daytona, another one. So you can get that one.
We'll see. We'll see.
But you have a lot of watches. I have to restrain you. This is also.
No, that's why I was saying I don't think I'll ever get a Yacht-Master because I don't. I don't know. It just seems really excessive because I've already got a lot of divers. It just seems like it's going too far. It's going way too far.
The nautical watch, as Rolex calls it. It's not a diver.
You know what?
It's not it's a cooking watch. I need that tick box. I've got the chronograph. I got the diver. I got the serious diver with the pelagos.
The bidirectional bezel, as you explained, is most ideal to time your cooking. Guys, thank you again. Upvote on your way out. Subscribe if you haven't. Tell all your friends. Spread the word. Share the link. Talk about the channel on other platforms. Please help me get to 1,000 subscribers. If you already are contributing in these ways, thank you for your support and presence. You know how to contribute in other ways. I already have 3 ways, and the link is there. The information is in the crawling ticker. It is in the video description. Guys, thank you for being here. I will see you tomorrow. And until then, I bid you adieu. Thank you so much for being here. Take care.
Adieu.